Good morning. Call this meeting to order at 10:01 a.m. And that will serve as a nice, helpful reminder. If you have your cell phone on, please put it on silent or vibrate so that we don't have things interrupting the proceedings. Welcome everybody here for this meeting on November 28th. Wanted to just go over a couple of things related to the logistics of how things are going to work. We've got four agenda items on here, meeting minutes, and then the canvas and certification, any other business, and then public comment. A point for those of you who are here to speak. Number one, if you are a candidate that was participated in this election, or a representative of that candidate or a campaign committee, we will have you come and speak on agenda item number 2. You will have 3 minutes to speak and to state your case. I have, at this point, 3 comment sheets for people who would meet that qualification. The rest are members of the public. Members of the public, you will speak following the completion of the business. You will have 1 minute, and we've had some pretty contentious meetings in the past, and I think they've gone pretty well. I just want to point out that we have always asked, or at least I have always asked, that those of you who are here in this room respect each other, respect other speakers. Do not call out, do not boo, do not catcall. That's not an appropriate way to handle things. Everybody has a right to have their voice heard. We appreciate you spending time to come and take part in our democracy in that fashion, but we will ask for everybody basically to be polite. If you have children, act how you would expect your children to act in school, is basically about as simple as I can make it. So, 1 minute, yes. Gentlemen, did you not hear what I just said? We will ask people to be removed if you cannot follow the rules. So I appreciate that. To be polite and respectful of others and to not create a disturbance. With that, Jonathan, sir, I will have you removed. Jonathan, please let us know, was this meeting noticed properly, and are there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, Chair Dunn, it was posted in conformance with the Open Meetings Act. I would also add that in the meeting notice, it did indicate that members of the public can submit unlimited comments in writing. So anyone can send in writing anything they want to say if they can't get it in a minute.
Okay. With that, agenda item number 1, the consideration of meeting minutes for approval from September 9, 2022.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes of the meeting held on September 9th, 2022.
And Mr. Chair, I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and support. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Agenda item number 2, canvass and certification of the November 8, 2022 general election. Mr. Brader, why don't you go ahead and take it from here, and then when he's done, I will call folks up who wish to speak as a candidate or member of that candidate's campaign. Mr. Brader.
Well, thank you, Chair Dunn and members of the board. So we have received the certified returns from all 83 counties in the state. All counties completed their canvass on time and have submitted the required documentation to the Bureau of Elections. As with 2020, we again saw record turnout as well as record absent voter turnout in this election. But the breakdown was quite different from 2020. So total turnout was above 4.4, almost 4.5 million, which broke the previous midterm record we saw in 2018. And of those, almost 1.9 million voted with an absent voter ballot, which is about 42% of ballots cast. It's actually a lot lower of a percentage that many of us, myself included, expected. I didn't think that we would be at 60% where we were in 2020. COVID obviously not as much of a factor this year, but I did expect it to be closer to 50%. So I think the experience in other states that have moved to no reason absentee is that you've seen a steady rise. We started around 25 to 30% pre-no reason absentees, so that will probably approach 50% at some point. But it's something that we'll continue to track each election because it's important for clerks to have as much data as possible in terms of the breakdown so they can allocate their very limited resources between processing absent voter ballots and also managing the in-person voting precincts. We'll also see how in-person early voting affects this, as that was passed as part of Proposal 2 this year. So overall, clerks were highly successful in running smooth elections across the state. Statewide, in particular, jurisdictions were much more successful in balancing their precincts compared to 2020. A precinct is out of balance when the number of names on the poll book doesn't match the number of ballots tabulated. You'll sometimes hear that out-of-balance precincts can't be recounted. That's misleading because you often can. If the imbalance can be explained, or if when we begin the recount, we verify that the number of the ballots in the ballot container match the number of ballots on the tape, tabulator tape, we can still recount that precinct. But still, the goal is to have every precinct be in balance or be able to explain anything out of balance. For example, a voter walking off with their ballot without putting it in the tabulator. When they can't be explained, it's usually an administrative error, such as failing to record a name in the poll book, or a ballot accidentally not getting tabulated, or clerks not noting that there was an empty absent voter ballot envelope or something of that nature. As I said, though, jurisdictions were much more successful in doing this compared to 2020. In 2020, we saw some jurisdictions, in particular large municipal jurisdictions, who were dealing with a very high volume of absentee ballots for the first time, having a very hard time staying in balance. We reviewed this after the election of 2020 and identified some of the main reasons that occurred, some of the things I just mentioned. And with a couple more years and a lower AV volume, we saw clerks able to get a much better handle on this. One thing that I thought was particularly notable was that the 4 cities where we did absent voter accounting board audits in 2020, which were Grand Rapids, Sterling Heights, Livonia, and Detroit, all of those were close to 100% in balance with their absent voter accounting boards. So that is a huge stride forward. It's a testament to the great work that those clerks and their staff did, as well as Kent County, Macomb County, and Wayne County clerks and canvassers, really taking the lessons learned from 2 years ago and making some major strides forward. So congratulations to all of them for that. Also statewide in general, we saw a much higher percentage of balanced precincts. We saw a particularly high rate of improvement in Wayne County, where the number of imbalanced precincts increased from about 2/3 to above 90% in balance. That included improvements both across the county and within the city of Detroit. And I strongly believe that Detroit would have had an even higher percentage of precincts fully in balance if not for an electronic poll book issue that affected many precincts. The vast majority of the out-of-balance precincts in Detroit were 1 or 2 off, and that was likely the result of electronic poll book issues. So I'll describe those as briefly as I can. So both absentee and in-person voters get ballots that have numbered stubs on them. The number of the ballot that's issued to each voter is recorded in the qualified voter file if it's an absentee voter, or in the electronic poll book if it's an in-person voter. And before putting the ballots in the tabulator, the stub is removed. So for most voters, the ballot number you get doesn't really matter. But if it's a challenge ballot, the number is written on the ballot so that it can be and taped over for the voter's privacy, but then can be retrieved in the event of a lawsuit. So in Detroit, when they were using the e-poll book to check in voters, the e-poll book has a field for the ballot number that is issued to that voter. The e-poll book is programmed so that if you've already entered a ballot number, for example, ballot number 1, and you try to enter that ballot number for a different voter, it'll give you an error that says this ballot number has already been assigned to a voter. And that prevents the inspector using the e-poll book from accidentally recording the same ballot number if there's 2 different in-person voters in the precinct. On election day, at some precincts, this message was also appearing when an in-person voter was assigned a ballot number in the precinct in person, but that same ballot number had also been assigned to a different voter who lives in the precinct but voted an absentee ballot. So one voter comes in person, they record ballot number 1 for her in the poll book. Nobody else in that in-person precinct has gotten ballot number 1. However, a different person who lives in the precinct was assigned absentee ballot number 1. And that is actually not really a problem because their ballots are getting tabulated in different places. So it doesn't really matter that they have the same ballot number. But because they were assigned the same ballot number, one was in the precinct and one was in the counting board, the poll book was telling the election inspector ballot number 1 has already been assigned or has already been issued as an absentee voter ballot. It's important to clarify that the e-poll book was not saying that that voter had already received an absentee ballot. If the voter has already received an absentee ballot, the poll book has a different message, which says absentee ballot sent by the clerk, voter must surrender ballot or submit affidavit. Those functions were working properly, and they prevented inspectors from issuing a ballot to somebody who had already voted absentee. But because the message that appeared said that the ballot number had been assigned as an absentee voter ballot, I think understandably both the election inspectors in some cases and voters were confused and thought it was saying that the voter had gotten a ballot, which was not the case. So that did lead to, I think, some confusion and some inaccurate public reporting on the issue in real time. So eventually, election inspectors were able to work around this issue by adding an X to the start of the ballot number in the e-poll book. So instead of ballot number 1, it would be ballot X001. That prevented the error message from popping up, and also you knew which ballot number that voter got. So that did resolve the issue during the day, but there's still the issue after the fact where the voters who came in earlier and were issued ballots were recorded on paper rather than in the electronic poll book, which is the correct procedure. So the electronic poll book is not the only way that election inspectors keep track of who's coming in to vote. You can also use a printed paper poll list. You can use a printed absent voter list. And then each voter also fills out a paper application, which is kept at the precinct and retained after the election. So the voters who came in before the workaround with the X got a ballot, those voters still showed photo ID or signed an affidavit. They still filled out the paper application to vote, which was retained. And we do actually see this every election. We have thousands of precincts. It's not uncommon for at least one precinct to have an issue with an electronic poll book. It could be user error. It could be that the laptop is old and breaking down. We always have some jurisdictions that go to paper, but obviously it's a bigger challenge if you're doing it in a big city than in a smaller jurisdiction. So the solution here did work to let people vote and record their names, but with paper, it's inherently more difficult to get everything perfectly balanced. And I think with more time, and if this issue hadn't occurred, we would have seen an even higher rate of balanced precincts. As it is, I think the clerk, staff in Detroit, as well as the election inspectors, as well as the county canvassers, the county clerk staff, they work extremely hard and very effectively to bring these issues largely into balance. So we'll look at this issue on our side to try to identify the exact root cause of it, which we can do once we can inspect the laptops that were used as electronic poll books. It's likely either an issue with how the software was programmed by the state, not allowing the city to use the same ballot ranges, both for in-person absentee, or it could have been the way the city downloaded them. And if it was the way it was programmed, I just want to clarify, that would not be the city's mistake. But we'll have an answer for that once we review them. Regardless, though, the election inspectors did, although certainly not anticipating this issue, they did do a good job mitigating it. And I would, again, just really like to commend the city and the county for their working through this and largely bringing the city and county into balance despite that issue. Another area that we saw really good work and improvement throughout the state was in reporting unofficial results on election night. Sometimes, in an effort to get the unofficial results out quickly, we do have errors. For example, sometimes clerks accidentally won't report a precinct total, or they might accidentally double report a total for the unofficial results. That throws the unofficial numbers off, which can cause confusion on election night, even though all those things are ultimately caught in the canvas when the canvassers review the paper tabular tapes. But I think our clerks this year, both at the municipal and the county level, did an excellent job double-checking all of this, and we didn't see many instances of unofficial reporting errors. We always have a few. They can be manual data errors on our state site, but we were able to catch most of those very quickly. So finally, I'd just like to add a few things about the people who administered this election successfully. At both the municipal and the county level, we ask a lot from our clerks and their staff when it comes to running elections. We have a process for each election, specific and particularly a major federal election, that begins sending out absentee ballot applications 2 to 3 months before each election. And then when ballot contents are finalized at the 60th day before the election, we have a real crush to get our ballots finalized, proofed, printed, tested, and then sent out to all of our voters who request them by the 45-day deadline for military voters, as well as the 40-day deadline for everyone else, which is really not sufficient time to do all of this. And then there's a steady period of absentee ballots coming in by mail, in person, clerks staffing offices, registering voters throughout the lead up to the election. This year, we had the extra challenge of redistricting, making sure all the voters were in the right district, in the qualified voter file, getting the right ballot. and a lot of voters having questions about where they were voting. And clerks also this year did more than ever before, going out of their way to explain how elections work to the public, explaining all the safeguards and checks and balances we have in place. But unfortunately, even with this, we did see some clerks dealing with unfair criticism and in some cases, unfortunately, even threats. So that difficult process for our clerks led all the way up to Election Day, obviously, which is often a very late night. It can turn into a 24, 36, even 48-hour shift for some of our clerks and their staff. And then we go right into the canvass period. So that means for our clerks and their staff, you really only get a short break after election night or Wednesday morning before you really start this less than 2-week sprint to get everything canvassed and in balance at the county level. And in the larger counties, they need every day, every hour, in some cases every minute of that period to get things done. So even coming off this very grueling multiple-month stretch, you're then working late. We had folks working through the weekends, all throughout those 2 weeks to get that done. And in our larger counties, that's exactly what happened. And then on Wednesday before Thanksgiving, they were driving us their returns to make sure that we got them in time after that process. So throughout that entire period, we saw great dedication, commitment, excellent work, and most of all, integrity from our clerks and our election workers. And so I would like to convey my great appreciation for all the clerks and their staff, as well as all the election inspectors who administered this election successfully at the local level, which is an enormous accomplishment under these conditions, as well as at the county level with clerks and their staff and the canvassers working up to the last minute to get this done. Last, I'd just also like to thank my staff at the Bureau of Elections for the tremendous work they did behind the scenes over the past 2 years and throughout the last few weeks and months to get us ready for this election, from all the work that went into updating the qualified voter file for redistricting to the training and election assistance provided to clerks and the work through the night on election night and through the canvass to make sure we got everyone's unofficial and official now election results to you. So upon certification, we will then continue to utilize all the checks and balances we have in place to further verify the accuracy of the election. Certification begins the recount period, where any candidate has the opportunity to request a recount, which has been done numerous times in recent years by a hand count of paper ballots. We, along with county clerks, will then be conducting audits of hundreds of precincts, including reviewing the paper ballots in all of those precincts. And then finally, all of these records will be preserved for 22 months. So if any member of the public wants to look at the ballots or the tabular tapes after that, they have every opportunity to do so. So with that, I'm pleased to present the official returns to the board and happy to answer any questions that board members have.
Thank you, Director Brader. I would imagine there probably are a few questions, so I'll take chair's prerogative and ask mine first. You touched on one that I had related to the recount process from here. I think that's relatively clear as you just laid out. One thing that I thought worth asking, were there any lawsuits filed related to Election Day, to the results or to the process? Number one, were there any filed? And number two, if there were, any of them still active or in process?
I don't believe, and the Attorney General's office can correct me, I don't believe that there were any filed on Election Day. There were several lawsuits, as we often see, filed before Election Day. It's possible some of those are still pending. I know at least one of them is still pending, even though the preliminary relief that was sought for this election was either not granted or the relief was stayed until after the election. So there was one lawsuit that was filed regarding the challenger guidance that we issued. That lawsuit is still pending on appeal, but the Supreme Court, the Michigan Supreme Court, determined that the guidance should be in effect for this election. Then we also had a lawsuit that was filed against the city of Detroit, which I apologize, I don't know if it was dismissed or just the preliminary relief was denied. Do you know, Heather?
That one was dismissed.
It was dismissed. So those would be the ones that I'm aware of at this time.
Okay. And the one related to the instructions for challengers, again, you said Supreme Court basically said, let the election move forward under this set of guidance. So therefore anything, if the court at a later date determines that what was done was improper and needs to be redone, will have no impact, has no impact on the outcome, the certification, anything we're doing here, correct?
I would defer to the Attorney General, but that's my understanding.
That's correct. The Supreme Court stayed the underlying decisions that sort of overturned the instructions, so that decision has stayed pending our appeal. So we are now back in the Court of Appeals on a regular appeal of the Court of Claims ruling as to those instructions. So we'll know before the next big election whether we need to redo any of these instructions.
And that's relatively common, correct? Where there's a lawsuit and there's an underlying issue at hand that the court determines should be addressed, there should be arguments, but because of the speed at which things are moving related to election or redistricting or what have you, the court will say, we're going to look at this, but we're going to operate under the rules as they currently are now. This isn't some new thing that has happened.
No, you're correct, Chair Don. That is the frequent decision of the courts, that when lawsuits come so late in time towards the election, there really isn't time to change processes, but the issue might still be important. So that underlying decision was stayed so that the important questions could be addressed in a thoughtful manner by the courts going forward.
Okay, thank you. Other question I have was, and you touched on the county canvas level, that's 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, as this state board is set up at the county level. Were there any issues at the county canvassing level that we experienced in 2020 with heated meetings or, certification and pulling back on certification, or did it all run relatively smoothly this time?
I would say it was all smooth. There were certainly some animated public comments at those meetings. I think there was some back and forth among some of the canvassers. I have to confess I didn't watch all of them, so I can't tell you. But there weren't any lengthy meetings or multiple votes taken in the way that we saw in 2020.
And in order for this information to come up to us, each of those county level canvassing boards had to certify what was presented to them in a bipartisan fashion, and now it's before us to essentially give it the stamp of approval from the state.
That's correct.
Okay. Questions? Jeanette?
You know I usually have one.
I know.
So I have a couple. I think the first one, going through, obviously you stated that any member of the public can write their concerns, and going through some of those that were sent to us before this meeting. I kind of would love for you, Director Brader, to run through how our tabulators for our 3 voting systems are handled before elections, specifically the notices that they're going to be certifying them or accuracy tests.
Sure, yeah. Well, so first of all, before the programming is done for each election, it's carefully reviewed by the either the vendor or the programmer that's doing the initial testing of the ballot contents. When the clerks get them, they will typically also do a preliminary test. So they will take the programming that comes out of the county election management system and test that on a tabulator or multiple tabulators to make sure that it's counting the ballots correctly. And they like to do that as early in the process as possible, preferably before they start sending out absentee ballots. In some cases, it does occur that they will catch something after they send out the first absentee ballots, in which case they have to reissue, but they want to avoid that. So there's usually a first round of testing that occurs. Then there's required by law to be a public accuracy test, where there's an open meeting that members of the public can come to, and every jurisdiction in the state will take the programming that they use on the drive that determines how the ballots are tabulated, and they will run test ballots through to make sure that those ballots are being tabulated as would be expected based on the hand markings on the paper ballots. So those are the sort of pre-election safeguards that are in place to make sure the ballots are tabulated correctly. After the election, as I noted, we also can, because these tabulators are just scanners, we have those paper ballots. So we have the ability, again, if a candidate wants to do a recount, we can look at the paper ballots there. When we do audits, we look at all the paper ballots and verify that those ballots match what was recorded by the tabulators. And then again, any member of the public can do that for themselves over the next 22 months because those paper ballots are retained.
And I just want to make sure that those notices for that public accuracy test are done in print by each of the clerk's offices and in those townships, those cities, those villages and such.
That's required for every jurisdiction in the state.
Okay. The second one I have is, I know I've asked this to you before, because a question usually comes up. In an average election, how many affidavits do we normally have submitted during an election? An affidavit of identity.
So the affidavit of the voter not in possession of photo ID?
Yes.
Is that, it's usually in the thousands statewide. I don't have the number for this election. Do you know? Yeah. So, I mean, typically, it's a couple of thousand statewide.
Out of how many million voters that vote in the state of Michigan?
Well, this election was 4.5 million. So, I mean, assuming it was, say, somewhere between 1 and 10,000, that would be a very small percentage.
Mr. Chair, can I ask my other one?
You can ask as many questions as you would like.
This one actually is a technical one, and it actually isn't towards the director, but probably towards staff. Are we just audio today? Streaming? Okay. I just wanted to ask that one because normally we would have like a delay. I just wanted to ask technical. Then the other one I have is obviously there's always this focus on larger cities in the state. Did we have any specific, like, smaller cities that had issues? I know that if I remember, if we're going into Wayne County, I think we had some issues in, I think it was E-Course, maybe. Did they have similar issues coming into this election, coming into the general?
There were some issues in those jurisdictions, in E-Course, I believe, with balancing precincts. It was similar to what we saw in August. So we'll certainly follow up with that jurisdiction after the election. And then, as I mentioned, across the state, we do have 1,500 jurisdictions. We have 4,000 to 5,000 precincts. So it's not uncommon for there to be some issues, whether it be with an electronic poll book or a precinct out of balance across the state. Overall, I would say those issues were less frequent than we saw 2 years ago. But certainly, there were a few across the state, and with the auditing process, we'll have a chance to further diagnose exactly what happened and then train some corrective actions there.
Thank you, Director Brader. I think one of the things that we have to remember is that elections are run by your neighbors and your family in some cases. That people step up to work on elections, and as Director Brader, I'd like to thank all of them as well. It is not an easy job. It's not. I watched even in my township, watching my clerk and the staff that she brought in to handle elections, and it is not something that you should take lightly. But I just want to make sure that we are thanking them, and I thank all the staff up here too, and my fellow board members, because this is the first one that you guys had that's here. But I asked the affidavit question very simply because it's always one that comes up, and I asked the tabulator question because that one usually comes up. But I also want to thank those who are here and those who are streaming and listening to us, because this is part of our democracy. This is our elections, and this board has been thrown a little bit more in the public, and it's nice to know that people actually want to know what we do. Thank you, Chair.
Sometimes it is, I guess. Are there other questions?
I have a couple of questions. One's a comment. I very much appreciate your explanation of out of balance and numbering. I thought you were very concise and very clear, and I appreciate that. But I have two questions there. One is that the out of balance, the final out of balance always seems to be discussed in terms of all cap, all yell. But the reality is that the out of balance seems to be something that is a really small number. And I guess A, is that the case? And B is, were the out of balance, are they uniform across all 83 reporting counties, or are they concentrated? And if they're concentrated, where?
Yeah, I mean, so typically the out of balance precincts, as I noted, it was a much lower percentage in 2022 statewide than it was in 2020. If I had to give a ballpark, I would say at least 95% of the precincts were in balance statewide. But usually when they're off by 1 or 2. And it's usually an issue like in an in-person precinct, a voter walks off with their ballot and nobody notices. And you just can't explain that because you don't know what happened to that ballot at that point. But that is roughly proportional, for the most part. Smaller counties might have, 2 or 3 out of balance, whereas a bigger county that's 10 times bigger might have 20 or 30 out of balance. Obviously, there's variance. We do see in some elections, smaller counties that have a few more, or larger counties that are able to be almost entirely or 100% in balance. But there's not usually a wide fluctuation, at least there wasn't this year in terms of county to county.
So Rick, I mean, just again, putting the cap on that one, when you talk out of balance, you're not talking about hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of ballots. You're talking about ones and twos and tens. And you're talking about a distribution that's across the state more for human error or for minor issues.
Yeah, that's correct. When there is a precinct that comes in out of balance by a large number, usually that's a tabulation issue, and they can fix that in the canvas by retabulating the ballots. So typically after the canvas, if there is an out of balance precinct, it's typically off by 1 or 2.
In a process setting, if you have an out of balance question that rises to the level of significance, is that something that the State Department of Elections ultimately monitors and steps in on, or is that still done at the county?
Well, county boards of canvassers are required to report to us, disclose all the out-of-balance precincts. So depending on the situation, we have a couple of options. I mean, as I noted, in 2020, because we had several counting boards, absentee counting boards that had balancing issues, we went in there and did audits in those counting boards. And so we may look at the out-of-balance precincts in terms of identifying where we might need to do audits. But, a lot of that, frankly, is handled by the counties and the municipalities. They will usually identify the reasons things occurred, and then they often just, identify the course of action they need to do next time to prevent that from happening, and I think that's largely what happened this election.
Good, thank you.
Other questions? No? Okay. I have 4 individuals who wish to speak, who meet the qualifications, whatnot, of being candidates or a representative of a candidate. And so we will, or a party. So we will have those folks come up. I'm just going to read them. I'm just going to have you come up in order of how I receive them. When you get up here, remember you have 3 minutes, and make sure that you press the button on the microphone so that the red light lights up so everybody can hear you. And then I will swear those of you in who are here to testify related to your election or your presence in the election. And please state and spell your name for our reporter for the transcript. So with that, first one up is Donna Brandenburg. And on deck will be Michael Doan, who's here on behalf of Karen Weaver. So when Donna's done, you'll come on up. Okay, go ahead and turn your microphones on. It's not. No, there's a little tiny button at the base of it.
By the base.
At the base.
Okay, you're both on, and then before you start, I'm going to ask for you to state and spell your name, and then the gentleman next to you, and then I'll swear both of you in.
Okay, I'm Donna Brandenburg, DonnaBrandenburg.
Daniel Hartman, Hartman, attorney.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. Do both of you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, every time, all the time.
All right, thank you. Please take it away. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, first of all, I want to say something that you're here to represent the people of this state, and it is not a democracy. It is, in fact, a republic, and every one of you have the responsibility to respect and to represent them. And I can tell you right now, I am not thankful for the time that was put into this election, and I will say that to the people that I've talked to, because I have not talked to one person who has said or believes that we had an honest and fair election. Not one. And there's many reasons. So we're going to go to root cause analysis here. If I was going to manage this as a business, if the failure rate is so high in maladministration, it is crazy. And we get to the end of this, and I mean, we can even go as far as Connick, and we can talk about foreign interference in our elections and such, because it's there. And so it's really a shame. And we can trace this right back to the people that are on the top. And furthermore, as a manager, I'm going to say that anyone that threatened any one of those clerks is everyone here's fault and that sits in the state of Michigan because they were set up as a scapegoat. Anyone that has any problem on a county level, it is a fault of right here in Lansing. So never, ever blame anyone else because you've got people so angry at the lack of carrying out a free and fair election. Didn't happen. It's not even funny. We have a problem with the lack of a signature standard. We have no counties that had certified machines in it. So I'm pretty sure that everybody out here is not stupid enough to use a credit card machine that hasn't been certified or calibrated. And I do not believe we had that carried out. And it's a shame. I'm going to say one more word when I'm done, but I'm going to let Dan talk for a minute.
So under MCL 168-795A, it states in our Michigan law that there are duties. It says a electronic voting system shall not be used in the state of Michigan unless, and the third unless that is in there puts a duty on the Board of Canvassers to make sure that there has been a process which includes the process of having the Board of State Election Directors has certified the machine as meeting some minimum guidelines and standards. I asked Chris Thomas on November 3rd, the former director who sat in Mr. Brader's seat from 1980 to 2017, whether or not we complied with that in Michigan. He said we do not. He says that statute's outdated. The problem is the statute's on the book. So I would ask you one question before you certify this election. Was it used on machines that were compliant with MCL 168-795A, and did you fulfill your duties to the people? That's my only question.
And if we did not, every single person that touched this is guilty of treason. And we're not going to go for anything that's a lesser challenge on this. And we all know, from top to bottom, the changing of the rules, I mean, everybody out there, I can pretty much guarantee you, feels the same way. It's our vote that did not count all the way from the top to
I
the
have
bottom.
stated repeatedly that calling out is not welcome, and it is disruption, and it is rude to the rest of the people here. I am asking you to please stop, or I will have you removed.
We stand together, and right now, y'all are being seen as the enemy of the people. And there's not one of us that's going to back down on that from now until Christ comes back. So I'm going to say this right now. God bless you, God bless this nation, and God bless America. God bless you because you're going to need the help.
Thank you. Are there questions? No? Okay. Up next, we have Michael Doan. Is Michael here? Come on up, Michael. Michael, could you state and spell your name? Let us know who you are here on behalf of, and then I will swear you in, and you can take it from there.
Yep. My name is Michael Doan, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Doan, D-O-A-N, and I am here on behalf of the Friends of Karen Weaver for Flint Mayor.
Okay. And Michael, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have 3 minutes, and assume somebody is timing down there. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I have prepared a whole statement, so I'm just going to read off of that. Again, my name is Michael Doan, a representative for the Friends of Karen Weaver, the former mayor of the city of Flint, and a candidate for Flint mayor. In this past November 8th general election, we are here today to be thorough but brief and to state on the record that we do not believe that this November 8th general election in the city of Flint should be certified because of the findings from the Genesee County Canvass Board of fraud that took place during the general election in Flint, Michigan, leaving that board to discuss and turn over their findings in a statement to the Genesee County Prosecutor's Office, and one board member to vote no in the certification of this whole election. I have a document here with me today that I would like to submit into evidence and record for you guys, an outline of events that took place, leading up to the election night over the past few weeks of the County Canvassing Board and their meeting to certify this election. Out of 54 precincts in the city of Flint, 27 of those precincts had problems with them. They could not reconcile numerous of precincts, and like I said, this document will outline everything of that. I wish I was one of the people that went to the county canvassing meeting day in, day out for that past couple weeks that they were there, and just the stuff that was going on in that room. I hear you guys, I was in the next room watching it earlier, and they was asking Jonathan Brader, I believe, did different things occur, and do he know if the board got along? For the most part in Genesee County, they got along, but it was just so many discrepancies that they saw throughout this election that it was leaving the whole board not wanting to certify. But as they stated us to the public there and to me time and time and again, that they didn't have the authority to not certify, that they just had to go over their records of every county and every precinct to try to balance out the votes and balance out what they could. But I'm telling you, they had numerous meetings with the city clerk over there in Flint, and they tried to come up with balanced books and balance out the precincts that they could. But I'm telling you, out of 54 precincts, 27 of those precincts were unbalanced. They could not balance them. They could not reconcile them. Some of them didn't have voter logs and voter sheets. Some of them didn't have the right ballot numbers, the right precincts of people who voted. Some of them didn't have the actual duplicate ballot number that was supposed to be in the remarks of the workers and poll workers and the chairpersons over at the poll. I mean, it was just a straight mess. I have a copy for each and every one of you here today. I don't know if I can give that to you or put that into record. So I just wish you guys can look into that, and before you certify this election, really take this time to think about this and before you make a mistake, because there's really a lot of terrible things going on. And I'm coming to you as a young person. We got a lot of young people out in the city of Flint that wanted to support this, that wanted to try to start voting and believe in something. And I'm telling you, their first time, this is like my third time. We just don't know where to go and who to trust in this process. So, I'm not going to take up much time, but please, I'm asking you guys to really look thoroughly into the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doan. If you want to drop off what you brought, drop it with Mr. Fracassi down there. You will happily take that and enter it in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Up next, I have Dorian Tyus with the Michigan Democratic Party. Come on up, Dorian. Name drill is everybody else. Spell your name, and then swear you in, and you can take it from there.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dorian Tyus, that's D-O-R-I-A-N, last name Tyus, T-Y-U-S.
And what's your position with the Michigan Democratic Party?
Representative of the Michigan Democratic Party.
Okay. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Honorable members of the Michigan State Board of Canvassers, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As already stated, my name is Dorian Tyus, and I'm a voting rights attorney and representative for the Michigan Democratic Party. The Michigan Democratic Party advocates for voter access and supports processes and policies that ensure every eligible voter is able to cast a ballot and have that ballot counted, regardless of ideology or political affiliation. Our democracy requires that this honorable body perform its routine ministerial duty and certify the 2022 general election results based on the completed returns from Michigan's 83 counties. Over 4.4 million voters exercised their right to vote and cast their ballots this general election. Over 1,500 city and township clerk offices worked tirelessly to ensure that every eligible voter could exercise their rights under the law. And thousands of poll workers and volunteers worked at polling locations in their communities because they believe in democracy. Elections have winners and losers, but overall I can say that I am proud of the safe, secure, and systematic election process that allowed millions of Michiganders to exercise their civic duty and participate in this year's election. Now, it's your turn to ensure that our democracy works as intended. Each member of this board plays an important role in our election process, and your vote will determine how democracy is viewed here in Michigan. As a ministerial body, this board is required to follow the rule of law and certify the general election results. Failure to do so would not only be unprecedented, but would disenfranchise millions of voters who have already accepted the unofficial results of this election. The rule of law, Michigan courts, and past practices all dictate that this public body must uphold its oath of office and certify the election results as reported by Michigan 83 counties. Failure to do so would undermine the spirit of our democracy. I, too, as a voter, want to ensure that representative democracy is upheld. Millions of voters cast their selection for candidates and ballot questions they best feel represent their values and interests, and they expect their votes to cast to be certified. So much so that more than a majority of voters in this election decided to amend our state constitution to include explicit language requiring that election results be certified on votes cast. Therefore, we are requesting that this public body performs its ministerial duty and certifies the 2022 general election results. Our freedoms are in the balance, and it's paramount that the will of the electorate be upheld and respected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wow. Did you sit and time that out? Because that was spot on. Really nicely done.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? No? Okay. Up next, and I have two remaining, Christina Caramo and then Matthew Shepard from the U.S. Taxpayer Party. So. Your mic
Hello.
there you go. If you wouldn't mind spelling your name, we'll swear you in.
Sure. My name's Christina Caramo, Kristina, Karamo.
And candidate for Secretary of State. Okay. And Christina, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Okay. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm before here as a candidate, not because of sour grapes and not because I'm upset, but I actually agree with the gentleman who just spoke from the Michigan Democrats. Our freedom is hanging in the balance here. Our elections are the only way that we, the people, maintain control over our government. And I find it very curious to see the Secretary of State doing a victory lap after they presided over an unlawful election. Number one, the Secretary of State refuses to accurately maintain our qualified voter file. With millions of Michiganders exercising their constitutional right to vote absentee, it is critical that the qualified voter file is not fairly and accurately maintained. Citizen canvass efforts have shown that there are thousands and thousands of registrations across this state registered and voting at vacant lots. My question for the Secretary of State is, how is someone registered to vote at a vacant lot? How is it that the Secretary of State is using equipment that is not certified for use in Michigan's elections? How is it that when citizens bring these very reasonable complaints forward, they're instead demonized? It was very interesting as I was listening to the gentleman from Flint, as we can clearly see the fraud in our election system, the corruption, the systemic corruption in our election system touches all races. It just doesn't touch statewide races. It touches our mayoral races. It touches our county commissioner races. And these individuals who we put into office make decisions over our lives. These individuals who are put into office have the power to throw us in jail. And yet the very process that we participate in to determine whether or not these individuals have that level of say over our lives are systemically corrupted. So my question is, why is it that the Secretary of State will not maintain an accurate qualified voter file? How does this continue to happen? The Secretary of State is keeper of the records. They know who's dead, who's alive. They also are required to maintain the driver's license file and reconcile that driver's license file with the QVF. How is it the Secretary of State It has a relationship with the organization that's privately funded to be involved in maintaining our qualified voter file. How is it that the city of Detroit has this ReliaVote machine that was privately funded that's illegal for use in our elections, and this is permitted to continue? So I am totally against the certification of this election. The goal is to never disenfranchise any voter, but our voting rights are not just access to the ballot. It's also ensuring that we have a lawfully operated process. And we also saw in Ann Arbor, the clerk in Ann Arbor was registering non-Michigan residents to vote. The clerk in Ann Arbor was accepting absentee ballots 9:30, 11 o'clock at night. This is not legal. Additionally, we had citizens across the state lawfully talk to their clerks about complying with MCL 168-765, where at 8 a.m. they are supposed to post or make public how many absentee ballots they received on Election Day. And multiple clerks across the state refused to do it. And then at 9 p.m., they went back again asking for them to comply with MCL 168-765 and post how many absentee ballots they received on Election Day, and they refused to comply. So I find it interesting that the Secretary of State is doing a victory lap when I'm not even allowed legally to be a poll challenger or an election worker on an election where I'm on the ballot, but yet the Secretary of State can run an election where she's on the ballot. That makes no sense whatsoever, and the lawlessness continues, and we're tired of it. We will not stand for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you. I have one comment, as it, not directed at you. It's just simply a comment. I have sued the state of Michigan related to voter rolls. Funny that I'm sitting up here as somebody who has participated in a lawsuit against the people I have respect for on this issue of our election certification. I simply want to point out that the allegations being made, if they are true, there are a course of action you can take with the law, with lawsuits or with criminal investigations. And as somebody who has sued the state related to voter rolls, I think that it's dangerous to make reckless accusations. And if you have an issue with policy or the way things are done, there are avenues that do not involve baseless allegations. So I say that to stand up for the people that I have directly sued related to some of these issues, as somebody who believes in the rule of law and following the law. So, Mr. Shepard, come on up. Sure.
Maybe this is I'm not sure this is an appropriate question, but it's a question, Jonathan, for you and for Adam. You have a forum here where these issues are being discussed, and there's a lot of there's a lot of things that get said that are not supported, and they're not supported in documentation by people because they don't have a documentation or because they didn't bring. No, wait, no, wait a sec, please. Let me finish. The question of qualified voter files with the Secretary of State. You have a forum here. Can you address that question? Can you put your 2 cents on it?
Well, sometimes I assume it's my mistake, but people do make a lot of false statements about the state of the qualified voter file. If you look at our michigan.gov/vote, you can see the number of voters who have identified. It's over 400,000 who've been identified through the efforts of both local clerks and the Department of State Bureau of Elections to identify people who have moved, likely moved, but are entitled under federal and state law to a 2-election waiting period before their registrations can be canceled. So currently there's about 500,000 people, about 100,000 that will be canceled after this election, then about 400,000 after 2024. That following state law and federal law we've identified as potentially moving. So the voter file always includes some records that are likely belonging to individuals who have moved, but who cannot be canceled until the appropriate amount of time has passed under federal law.
Thank you.
I think it's reckless of the canvassing board to allude that I'm making false statements when there are multiple pending lawsuits against the Secretary of State for failure to maintain a qualified voter file. So if you're going to allude that I'm making a false statement, I should at least have the ability.
Again,
Well,
folks,
but let me answer her, would you?
You guys are out of order, you're speaking to us like junk.
Ms. Caramo,
We're asking you to act
I'm not,
like
I'm not
adults.
suggesting that you made a false statement. I'm suggesting that a lot of statements are being made where there's not paper to back them up here in this room.
There at 8 o'clock, she's saying the truth.
Would somebody please take the gentleman with the pink shirt out of the room?
Yeah, they were talking, nobody got to take me out, I got a body cam.
You have been warned repeatedly. You are being removed.
You gotta take everybody else out. You're not touch me. Sir, you cannot touch me. Everybody else is breaking comments, I didn't say nothing. My body cam is on, is your body cam on? Can I talk to your supervisor? I don't feel safe. When your supervisor comes, I'll talk to him. I don't feel safe, I don't want nobody touching me. I don't want nobody touching me. Everybody else is breaking the rules, and I mean, you're not gonna sit there and just, what's it called? Everybody else is breaking comments, why are you gonna tell me to leave? Why are you gonna tell me to leave for what? Why are you gonna tell me to leave? Okay, why? What are you gonna do about it? You gonna arrest me for what? Trespassing? Trespassing, this is a public meeting, I'm not trespassing. How many everybody else is doing it? Not arrest everybody. Why are you gonna arrest me only? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Everybody else is breaking the rules. Why are you gonna sit there and talk to me like that? Everybody else says something. Nobody's saying nothing about it. What, you just wanna harass me? I got my body cam. You're not gonna sit there arresting me for no reason. I didn't do nothing wrong. Everybody else is breaking the rules. Why are you sitting there talking to me like this? Sorry, nobody's gonna arrest me. I'm not even trespassing. I'm not trespassing. I'm not trespassing. What about everybody else? What about everybody else? You didn't ask anyone else. Why not anybody else?
Going to recess the meeting at 11 a.m. Okay. Call us back to order here at 11:03. Again, I just will reiterate, I'm not looking for confrontation or to have people thrown out, but I'm asking again for politeness and for letting other people speak and not disrupting the proceedings. Everybody who wants to speak will be given the opportunity to speak, and we welcome that, whether we agree with you or disagree. And with that being said, we have what is the last individual who was a candidate or a representative of a candidate or a party, Mr. Shepard, with the U.S. Taxpayers Party of Michigan, I believe. So, Mr. Shepard, if you could state and spell your name, and they'll swear you in.
Matthew Shepard, Matthew-Shepard.
Okay. And are you a representative of the party or were you a candidate?
I was a candidate.
Okay. For which office?
State Senate.
Okay. All right. Mr. Shepard, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Take it away, sir.
I just want to cite some of the legal proceedings against Secretary Benson. March 2021 court claims Judge Christopher Murray ruled Secretary of State Benson did not follow proper rulemaking processes, violating election law on absentee ballots through the Administrative Procedures Act. In October 21, Court of Claims Judge Christopher Murray again ruled against Secretary Benson's attempting to hide her involvement in Whitmer's Build a Better Michigan campaign scandal of 2018. August 2022, federal court judge Jane Bleckering ruled that Secretary of State Benson should remove dead polls from voting polls. Oh, that's a no-brainer. August of 22, Court of Claims Judge Murray stated, "It has been 1,007 days since the court claims ordered Secretary Benson to release documentation from Whitmer's 2018 campaign scandal, 302 days since the Court of Appeals ordered Secretary of State Benson to release the documentation, and 21 days since she was ordered to stop the cover-up and release of the documents." October 22, Michigan Appeals Court Brock Swartzel ruled against Secretary of State's unlawful illegal election results for inspectors, challengers, and violating Administrative Procedures Act again. Michigan Supreme Court upheld that ruling. In 2020, Secretary of State Benson made orders for the county clerks to destroy election information way prior to the 22-month period of retaining election results. In 2022, Secretary of State Benson gave yet another order to destroy election data following the state certification, which is, I'm guessing, today, and also to disregard FOIA requests. I got that personal information from my county clerk. In 2020, millions of people received numerous unsolicited absentee voter ballots in many households. In my household alone, we received at least 3 AVBs without submitting a single application for them. And this year was yet again another issue of that, in which many people received unsolicited absentee ballots. And the election workers were allowed to let people vote in person, even though they could not verify whether the person had already voted via AVBs. Imagine that. I'll also remind you, we operate as a republic, not a democracy, under our Constitution. People keep saying it's a democracy. We are a republic. When will our legislature impart disciplinary action against unlawful, tyrannical forces within our state? We have checks and balances in this state.
Mr. Are you wrapping up,
Yes.
sir? Okay. Thank
I
you.
just would ask that you consider everything that's presented and not just one on a biased side. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we've completed the public comment or the comment portion on the agenda. Oh, okay. We may have one more, so we'll give another moment here. Good morning. If you would, there's a little button down at the base of the microphone. There you go.
Okay.
And
Arthur Woodson, ARTHURWOODSON, on behalf of representing Linda Tarver, a long life friend, friend since 2007, close friend. I have serious issues here.
Mr. Woodson, right?
swearing in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I have serious issues, and everything that I'm about to say is on video. I was at the Board of Canvass in Genesee County. Mr. Brader, Brader. I'm sorry, everything that you discussed at the beginning is what happened in Genesee County. You had them trying to balance the books, and it was a ballot 55008. They didn't have a name with it. They ended up putting a name on the voters list to try to balance the book at the Board of Canvass. Under Public Act 116 of 1954, MCL 168.932C, an inspector of election, clerk, or other officer or person having custody of any record, election list of voters, affidavit, return, statement of votes, certificates, poll book, or any paper document or vote of any description which pursuant to this act is directed to be made, filed, preserved, shall not willfully destroy, mutilate, deface, falsify, fraudulently remove, or secrete any of all of those items in whole or in part, or fraudulently make any entry, erase, or alteration. Anybody that do so is a felony. Also, somebody voted that wasn't registered in the state of Michigan, and they looked through the, QVF, and they couldn't find this person. And this person had the same ballot number as the other person, 143. Also, they put all the absentee ballots in one book, which they have 6 books. 5 of them cannot be recounted because they didn't sign. The county canvasser, one, said that he's not signing off on this election because the election director said that she's not signing off on it as far as the remarks. If you had all this happening and 90% of the absentees cannot be tabulated, or if they did have an issue, they couldn't be recounted because the Board of Canvassers said that they couldn't open up the canisters because the seal, only one person signed. So they couldn't even count and see if the ballots was correct or the tabulated sheets was right or not. So we have serious issues in Genesee County. And if the election director would not sign off on what they were asking her to sign off on, why would you? Why would you sign off on it if she know that it's fraud? It was reported to the county prosecutor and the state police office. Why would you sign off on it if the election director wouldn't sign off on what they were asking her to do? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
I have a question for Mr. Brader.
sure.
Mr. Brader, did the Board of Canvassers in Genesee County certify the Genesee County results?
Yes.
Thank you.
Director Rader, was it a unanimous vote?
I believe it was 3-1. I think it was 3-1.
Okay, this is the last one this time. Apparently I thought their last name was Clerk, so that's on me. For candidate Curtis Michael.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it is still on. Please state and spell your name and the office you were running for. We'll swear you in, and then you'll take it from there.
Thank you very much. My name is Curtis Clark, Curtisclark. I was running for Congress on the U.S. Taxpayer Party ticket, and I was also a poll challenger in Detroit at the AVCB counting facility in Wayne County. And I'm here to testify that as a 25-year Army veteran. Yes, go ahead.
Swear you in like I did the rest of
yes,
the
yes.
candidates here, representatives. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, go for it.
As a poll challenger, I observed many discrepancies going on in Detroit. I witnessed a name disappear off the screen. I tried to get a hold of the liaison person because I wasn't allowed to talk to anybody at the tables. I saw a name disappear right off the screen. The person I was supposed to speak with didn't give me the time of day. He just ignored me and walked away. And I wanted an answer as why this person's name disappeared off the list. And I have a pretty good idea what happened. When I was a broadcast engineer in the Army for a number of years, we worked with software engineers that would dial into the computers remotely via my remote PC, softwares like that. Somebody was manipulating those computers, and I know there's 18 open Wi-Fis in that facility, 18 of them. And I have a pretty good idea what's going on. World Economic Forum headquarters is going in Detroit. And I'm here to blow the whistle, let everybody know World Economic Forum is not about the sovereignty of the United States to exist as a sovereign nation state. They want to eliminate all borders, and that's treason. And I'm here to let you all know, when subpoenas come out and we start finding out what's going on over there, specifically Wayne County, Oakland County, Macomb County, there will be subpoenas. This will come out. We've got 4-page copies of the Oakland County commissioners misappropriating $3 million of the taxpayer funds to usher in the World Economic Forum headquarters. Are you guys aware of Build Back Better, Klaus Schwab, and their World Economic Forum agendas, globalist agenda? I am. That's what's going on in Michigan. They want to take over Michigan through public-private partnerships. They're not interested in the people of Michigan. The only thing they're concerned with is the globalist corporations and what benefits them, not the people of Michigan. I'm demanding an investigation into this immediately. We need answers, because all these Republican people that voted Republican and U.S. taxpayers were disenfranchised in the state of Michigan. And I believe this is going on in the blue counties where they have the large AVCB counting boards of 200,000 ballots and above. Because I didn't see this. I worked in red counties twice in the last 2 years, and the policies and procedures are different in the red counties versus the blue counties. Something's going on. Something's going on, and we're going to find out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. With that, I've said thank you. You're free to go unless anybody has any questions. No? Okay. That does conclude the comment on agenda item number 2, canvass and certification of the November 8, 2022 general election. Would entertain a motion related to that. Are there other questions or comments before we get to that?
I have a couple questions, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Okay. So first one I have, Director Brader, is timeline. So I just get my bearings here. I want to do this. Start from your local areas. Your local clerk, whether it's a township clerk, whether it's a city clerk. When at the end of the day, they have to so they have to make sure everything works out correctly before they send it to the county, correct?
So,
Walk
yeah,
me-
if
walk
you're-
me through
if
that,
You're
okay.
referring to the election night canvas, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
At each precinct polling place, the election inspectors will, attempt, hopefully balance everything out, and then send it over to the receiving board.
Okay.
So it can be prepared for the county canvassers.
I'm just kind of walking this through, so don't mind me on this one, please. So if there are issues in that city, doesn't matter what city, and there are issues there, that local clerk and their staff should try to rectify that before that. Does that happen before they send that to the county, or should that happen before it gets sent to the county?
They should do everything they can to get the precinct in balance on election night. If they cannot, then they just send what they have, and the county canvassers attempt to balance the precinct.
Okay, so right, exactly. So then they go to the county canvassers, and the county canvassers, which their role is different than our role here on our board. And I know, Mary Ellen, you sat on a county canvas board. So if there are issues at that point, and that county canvassers, they do not certify, what is the next step?
If a board of county canvassers does not certify, then it would go to the board of state canvassers to complete the canvass and certification for that county.
And we didn't have any county that didn't certify.
Correct.
And that the one county in question, we just sort of repeat, in Genesee County, that vote was 3-1, which means that one of those canvassers did not vote to certify that election, correct?
I believe so.
And honestly, that's what happened in 2020 here on our board as well. So what happens now if you have issues, they are brought to the state board, which we are at, and if you could just kind of lay out exactly what our role is here today, what happens with those issues?
The Board of State Canvassers' role is to verify that the official certified returns from the county boards of canvassers are accurate, and then certify the results. Additional issues that individuals have, I've mentioned a few of the avenues they have. I mean, a candidate can request a recount, again, can request a recount of the ballots. I mentioned the audit process that we have, as well as the ability to inspect public records. So to the extent individuals have questions about ballots, about electronic poll books, about tabulator tapes, about absent voter ballot envelopes, those are all public records that are available for 22 months. And then beyond that, issues about the conduct of the election that people believe are illegal can be brought as lawsuits in a court of law, which does have jurisdiction to entertain those issues. And if people believe that criminal conduct occurred, they can submit that in writing to law enforcement.
On the recounts, just very quickly, I just want to make sure that I'm correct on my knowledge of this as long as I've been on this board. If let's just say, state house, state senate recount, anything that's on the county level would happen on the county level, your county commissions, your township, your city, any of those. But if there was a recount for a state senate or state house that we had to recount, that would happen by a hand count, correct?
Yeah, that's how we have done them, and that's how we would do a recount in this election.
And at the county level, they could actually just put those ballots right back in the tabulator, correct?
They have that option. I believe in general it's done by hand recount, though.
I'm just want to walk through this a little bit because the one part of being on this board, and honestly, next year will be 10 years for me, is that the public understand kind of what our role is, and it is up to us to educate what we actually do and what the election process is. And it is kind of, for me, I'm the only person here that said that on this board that actually reevaluated an election in 2013 for the write-in candidacy of Mike Duggan in the city of Detroit. I was also the chair of this board when we recounted the entire state for Jill Stein. And what that uncovered, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was that there needed to be more training for election workers. Is that a true statement?
I was not here in 2016. I do believe
Sorry.
the Bureau of Elections did do a report in 2017 based on looking at some precincts, and one of the findings was that that there should be points of emphasis of training for election inspectors in polling places by clerks and by the Bureau.
Because it all comes down to that election, like I said in the beginning, elections are handled by your neighbors, they're handled by people. And it is disturbing when you hear that there were issues in counties and that the county itself, that's why I'm asking what the timeline is, what happens. You know, we, at this point, we only can deal with what's in front of us. Unfortunately, that is what we have. But I'm glad that people come up and they talk about those issues in those areas. But I just wanted to kind of lay that out, and I appreciate you, Chair Don, for letting me ask that, because it is important. And also, you know, absentee ballot boards are separate than in person, correct? Those ballots are handled differently.
That's correct. If you establish an absent voter counting board, you count the absentee ballots in a separate location from the precinct.
And those are, and in some cases, if there are a number of absentee ballots, those clerks can take those ballots to their county, correct, in some cases?
So, yeah, municipalities and counties have the option now of doing a combined counting board, and that was done in Oakland County for several jurisdictions.
Can you explain what that process is?
If the municipalities and the county agree, then the county will establish a location where it will count using, you know, election inspectors in the same manner that it would be done at the municipal level, the absent voter ballots for the municipal jurisdictions that agree to have the county do it. And the procedure are otherwise the same.
Would you agree that in those cases, it's because those counties don't have high-speed tabulators, because they are more expensive? Because I go a little bit further, sorry, Director Brader, sorry, Chairman Don, and board members, but the voting systems in the state of Michigan are we as the Board of State Canvassers approved through the process, and I was part of here for that process. There are the 3 voting systems in the state of Michigan. So you have ES&S, you have Hart Verity, and then Dominion. But it is up to the county clerk to choose which of those systems that they use, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then each of those township clerks or city clerks, then it's up to that municipality to purchase and maintain that agreement with that company. I'm trying to run this all through, sorry, to maintain those machines, correct? The first 5 years, the current machines, the first 5 years of the maintenance plan was actually funded by the state through I think it was the American Votes Act, please.
Help America Vote.
Yeah. And then the next 5 years, those voting machines have to be, that maintenance agreement has to be paid for by the local municipality, whether it's a township, whether it's a city, correct?
Generally, yes. In some counties, there's a shared agreement with the county to handle some of that, but that's basically right.
Okay. And I say this because a lot of people don't understand how that all kind of happened, you know, which voting machine was there. Where I'm going with that is there's a lot that we need to educate and talk about, right? I don't know if anyone would agree with me on that one, yes. but there is, and I feel that it's sometimes our right, but we are only held to what is put in front of us. So it's really important where these questions have these, and I understand that those canvassing boards can get contentious as they have, but to sit here, I just wanted to know what the timeline is and just kind of give a little more information. I hope that I didn't put you on the spot, Director Brader, but, you know. But I think that the recount of the entire state, in my opinion, opened it up so that people kind of understood and they could see where the problems were in the system. You know, that's the most important thing is to remember is that even when things get heated and we're all angry and you feel, but at the end of the day, it's your city clerk and your township clerk and the people that live in your community and that come out and actually work elections that are an integral part of this. Sorry, I will stop talking now, Chairman.
You're asking excellent questions, and I think it is important that people understand how this plays out, because I think a lot of the questions that arise are from just lack of proper understanding, which is unfortunately fed by candidates and party officials on both sides of the aisle who feed into this nonsense, who make these claims that fire everybody up because it's a short-term gain for them. And that's dangerous to our system. And me talking about this is essentially trying to put out a forest fire with a Dixie cup right now. But we need more responsible leadership, again, on both sides of the aisle related to these issues, because it is critical that people accept the results of an election when it's all said and done. It's critical that they have faith in the ability to accept those results. And having that is not possible when people who have leadership positions spout nonsense and spout lies and disinformation, misinformation, whatever you want. So, completely agree. Mr. Hauskamp, you had a question? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We have item number 2, canvass and certification of the November 8, 2022 general election.
Mr. Chair, may we take a short recess to verify the canvas that the Bureau has put together? Again.
Great idea. Yes, we will recess at 11:31. Call this meeting back to order at 11:46 in the morning. And again, just a couple housekeeping items quickly here. We will have public comment by those of you who have shown up and wish to speak. We will have that following the completion of agenda items 2 and 3. So please do stick around. We will happily hear your comment. And again, reiteration of the need to be polite, respect others, whether you agree with them or not. Appreciate that things have been nice and calm over the last 45 minutes or so, and that's been very helpful for moving the meeting along, so thank you. With that, back to agenda item number 2, canvass and certification of the November 8, 2022 general election. And okay. I did miss a candidate. So Artesia is Bomber. Why don't you come on up? We'll give you opportunity to speak. Sorry, some of these didn't recognize it was a candidate. So state and spell your name.
It's on the base
right at the bottom.
Right at the bottom of it.
There's a little
circle, right at the base, all the way down.
Oh, that base.
Oh, there you go. Somehow it turned on. State and spell your name, please.
My name is Artesia Bomber, and it's spelled ARTICIA-BOMER.
All right, and Artesia, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So my name is Artesia Bomber. I am an adult citizen and voter in the state of Michigan, and I did not come here to attack anyone. Not the Senate committee, not the Board of Canvassers. In fact, when I looked around the whole full room, I saw my friends and supporters here. Both Democrats, Republicans, pro-lifers, pro-choicers, LGBTQ, the UAW, I love them all. I love you all up there too. What I do not love is election fraud. And I do not want and accept the certification of this election because it has some issues. People just like me and you are here today who voted and want answers, while a lot more want to hurry up, certify, like Mr. Brader right here. Let these flawed proposals go through. Not too many election law irregularities. Overlook it. Too many people have signed sworn affidavits, sir, including myself, who filed the lawsuit, who you responded with me. That was me that called you. My petition signatures were stolen from my pile. That's 10 pages, and that's 100 signatures. So the election was flawed before November. It was flawed before August because I was ripped off the ballot. And I have 10 children. And I had to tell my last 2 children, Mommy was ripped off the ballot illegally. So with that being said, why would you certify an election when you already know I was illegally thrown off that ballot after working so hard and knocking on all those doors? When you have a proposal that was rushed, causing language to be flawed, with city council members saying on my videos, on my radio shows, Ms. Bomber, they held a paper up and they said, this is all we saw. And they were stating that they only saw the top half of that proposal going before it hit the ballot. And they were forced to vote on just seeing half of a page. So I don't see you with a pen writing and taking these notes. Check, 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 check. Those are irregularities I just named to you. I went to the police station. I went to the Michigan State Troopers. I'm thinking I'm following protocol. Well, I get there, they say they don't know what to do. They don't know nothing about it, what to do. Go to the local police station. I did that, Mr. Brader. I went to the Detroit Police Department, and they actually did take my whole statement. And in fact, when they took the whole statement, they went on an investigation to the Wayne County Department of Elections. What they did wrong was ask you guys, what do you do when you have election fraud? Because you guys told them, oh, Ms. Bomber has to sue and go down there and waste all the time to go sue in a court where I may not even get back on the ballot in the time, which I didn't. I was too distraught to keep continuing on. But I just want you to know, Mr. Brader, you will see my face again because I will be suing. on behalf of all Americans, not just me getting kicked off the ballot, but on behalf of all Americans. I'm testifying. I raised my hand. That means that's an investigation that must follow through. I asked for FOIA. Nobody gave me that request. You guys must follow through with just even me. So just imagine you have a whole room full of people. I love everybody. They all here. They just want y'all to check it out. Don't rush. Don't turn a blind eye. They did that in 2020. I'm not even here saying you guys overturned the election. I can't say that. But what I can say, there were too many irregularities to go unlooked. And you guys up here look like y'all paying attention, but are you really?
Artesia, I apologize for interrupting. 3 minutes is up. Give another 10 seconds to wrap up, and then we'll have to move on.
No problem, Mr. Daunt. I just want everybody up here to know that I hugged everybody in this room, the LGBTQ people, the UAW people. So it's not just a Republican or a Democrat thing. And my hat, it shouldn't just say Save America. It should say Save Elections. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what you said may have been what I was just going to ask. Is there anybody else that may have been missed in the stack that was a candidate or representative of a party, a state party, the Michigan Republicans or the Michigan Democratic Party, that needs to speak? That's a lot of hands. What office, ma'am?
A state representative.
Okay. And are you Diane?
Yes.
Okay. Diane, we will take you, and that is the last candidate that I am aware of that is on here or that was missed. We will take that, and then we will move on to the agenda item. Thank you very much for your patience.
Is there anything I have to push on here?
Nope, it's
Okay.
still on.
Okay.
Spell your name.
Diane, D-I-A-N-E, Saber, S as in Sam, A-B as in boy, E-R.
You're a candidate for state representative?
Candidate for state
Okay.
representative.
And Diane, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please.
Okay, this is about the integrity of our elections. This is about the absence of checks and balances. Nobody's watching the hen house anymore. Things have gone on far too long. FOIAs are being denied. Candidates are being declared a winner before even precincts have reported. So, there's information that should be posted. Tabulator summaries were not posted. If you look at the primary versus the general, I lost an entire city. There's discrepancies there. From midnight to 8 o'clock in the morning, the numbers didn't move in my district. So there's discrepancies. I think things need to be looked at further. I don't think we should certify and rush the certification through in this election. This is about the people, the voters. And regardless of how you vote, who you are, you have the right for your vote to count. So I am asking that you not rush the certification and look into other avenues. This is not the first time that there's been discrepancies. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's actually the last of the candidates. We're going to move along on this agenda item, and I just want to reiterate, Ms. Saber actually mentioned this, made me think of it, and Jonathan, Director Brader, has mentioned it a couple of times already, that the information that we have, that the staff has reviewed, that we have reviewed, that we have been informed of, this is all available to the public. You can view this material, you can take a look at it. Folks, please, you can take a look at it. The best course of action would be for you to contact your county. All of this information will be available moving forward. The ballots are kept for, 22 months? All of this can be reviewed. And so I ask that you take that important step. Transparency is key to understanding this. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Point of order of public speaking. I see that is down here at the end. I'm trying to understand what the comments were now. I don't see that
all of this stuff is based on past practice. It was noted in the meeting notice. People were given an opportunity, are given the opportunity to speak. And I believe, anything to add to that, Mr. Fracassi or Brader? No? That's okay. Thank you. So again, with that,
Chairman Daunt, I have a motion.
Okay.
Based on an examination of the election returns received by the Secretary of State for the November 8th, 2022 general election, I move that we, the Board of State Canvassers, certify that the attached reports are true statements of the votes cast at the election for the offices certified by this board. I further move that we certify that the persons named on the attached listing were duly elected for the indicated offices and that state proposals 22-1, 22-2, and 22-3 passed.
We have a motion.
Point of information.
Sir, we have a motion.
I'll second that motion.
A motion and support. Is there discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of State Canvassers authorize the state of I move that the Board of State Canvassers authorize that the staff of the Bureau of Elections to represent the board in any recount of votes cast at the November 8th, 2020 general election. 22, sorry. Let me do it again. This happened last meeting. I move that the Board of State Canvassers authorize the staff of the Bureau of Elections to represent the board in any recount of votes cast at the November 8th, 2022 general election.
We have a motion.
Yes, I'll second that.
Motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Can I just let the record reflect that the motion to certify the election passed at 11:57 a.m.?
Yep. And you indicated that because that does start the clock for recounts.
That is correct for certain offices.
Thank you. Member Bradshaw?
I think we'll probably wait. We're going to do, after public comment, we'll go to general questions again, or do you want me just to ask it now?
I have no problem with you asking it right now.
So, Director Brader, or Adam, we just had a gubernatorial election, and that number dictates what is the signatures needed for initiations of referendum, initiations of legislation, and constitutional amendments. Will there be a change, and when will that be posted?
Yes, there will be a change. It will be somewhat higher, about, I don't know what percentage, I can't do that off the top of my head, maybe 5% higher. That's required for each one. I don't know when we're going to post that, but sometime before circulation is beginning. Does it become effective at the start of next year, or is it effective immediately?
It's effective. It's the new signature thresholds are technically effective now.
So we will post them as soon as we can. We need to do the calculation.
I hope everyone understood my question, which is, okay, this is why I asked this. This is why I put this out here. Initiations of legislation, which are, I'll just pick one from whenever, like the repeal of prevailing wage, secure my vote is constitutional.
Secure my vote was.
Yeah. So those signature thresholds, along with referendums and constitutional amendments, those signature thresholds, how many registered voters that need to sign those petitions, that number is dictated by the number of votes in the gubernatorial election. So since we just had a gubernatorial election, those numbers are going to change.
Yeah.
And they will probably, as Director Brader said, they will increase. So you will need more signatures for initiations, for constitutional amendments, and for referendums.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chair.
welcome.
I figured it was probably a good place to put that.
Up next, there is agenda item number 3 of any other business properly submitted to the board. Is there anything that needs to be addressed? Are there questions from members of the board before we move into public comment?
I would like to know where we are sitting on any lawsuits. Sorry. Sorry, Heather.
Let's see. As far as those involving the board or things before the board, we have I'm speaking into the microphone. We have the challenge to the challenger instructions and rules that are pending in the Court of Appeals. And that's really the only, that's right. We also have the Ickes versus Gretchen Whitmer, Board of State Canvassers and Secretary of State case that is in the Federal District Court before Judge Maloney. It is pending our motion to dismiss. So we're waiting for updates on that one. The motion for a preliminary injunction was denied in that case the other week.
Thank you, Heather. I appreciate it.
That's really the only key big ones that are pending right now.
Okay. All right.
I have one more. I'm so sorry.
I'm
so sorry, Mr. Chair.
shocked by this.
So do we have, and I know we've talked about this before, and I'm sorry, public comment, that I know you guys want to speak, but there are some things on the board that we have spoken about legislative changes that are needed here. We've talked about, I'm sorry, my other board, I think we've talked about those before. I just didn't know if there was anything else that, Director Brader, that you thought that I know, Adam, you were sitting here too. We've talked about some of those changes that are needed. Do you feel that we need to bring that up at another meeting again?
So is your question about legislation that affects the board specifically or elections in general?
The board.
Okay. Well, Proposal 2 does include some changes for how the board proceeds. It specifies the criteria upon which the board can certify and canvass races. I don't know whether there will be implementing legislation or not. That'll be a decision for the legislature. But certainly if there is, I think that would warrant discussion among the board in terms of what the board would like to see.
The other one I was thinking was the recall rules and such, and posting and how much, when we get the information that the legislature kind of set forth. But that too, I just wanted to bring that up, just so it's on everyone's mind, so our next meeting we can have that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will start with public comment, unless Mr. Fracassi, are you thinking perhaps recess for a bit, or maybe we get through 20 minutes of it and see how everybody's feeling? Does that work for my fellow? Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and your respect through this process. We will now have public comment. Again, a reminder, you will have 1 minute. We will be timing you. I'm generally pretty lenient, giving you a few seconds to wrap up, but if you're continuing to go after those 60 seconds, I will interrupt. We'll ask you to state and spell your name. We will not need to swear you in for this portion, but we do need state and spell for our reporter for proper records. And with that, what I'll try to do is give person and then the person on deck so that you're ready. First up, we have Charles Armstrong, and after Charles will be Brooke Harris. Mr. Armstrong.
I'd like to know if the board got this.
We do have that, yes, thank you.
Why are you guys not
Charles, could you state and spell your name, please?
Charles Armstrong II. CHARLES ARMSTRONG.
Okay.
Did you all receive this?
Yes, we did receive this.
Why would you move for certification rather than asking for a cybercrime investigation?
I'm not interested in a very detailed back and forth here, but I think we've made it clear throughout this process that we have a certain parameter that we work within. We are not an investigative body, and if there are questions related to that type of activity, allegations being made, you need to forward that to the appropriate law enforcement officials. That is not something we would look into. That's not within our purview.
Okay.
It's outside of our power, sir. It's not within what we can do. It's just not.
It should be within your power.
A should is not the same thing. We don't have that authority.
So in other instances, what you're saying, you're communist, including the people behind your seats there. Agenda 21. World Economic Forum, communism. We're not going to stand for it.
Thank you, sir. Brooke Harris. Is Brooke still here?
Harette. I would also like to state for the record that I am an election inspector for the city of Livonia, Michigan.
Okay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
So we've been hearing a lot of talk to this department, talk to that department. Well, I noticed some irregularities, and I did just that. On November 12th, I sent a complaint to the Bureau of Elections. I was ignored. On November 12th, I sent a complaint to the Attorney General's office. I was ignored. The allegations against the Secretary of State that I put forward was that she failed miserably at that to inform voters on state proposals. They did not receive all the information as required by MCL 168.480. And I believe that this certification is a sham. It is an absolute disgrace to tell people, here's who to contact. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And, you know, to Ms. Bradshaw, I appreciate your comments about thanking election workers. But I'm sad to say that those comments, they're not shared with people in Lansing. Nobody gives a damn. And that's an issue.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Katie, and then after Katie, we have Tracy Pease. Katie? I'll keep saying, state and spell your name because people usually forget.
It's Katie Yale, Katiejehl. And I was going to say something completely different when I came up here, but I do appreciate, I was an election inspector as well, and I wrote a page and a half worth of violations from the precinct chair who, yes, was a neighbor who had egregious violations. City clerk, amazing to deal with, even though she is a Democrat, really appreciated it. But what I really want to say is that it's not the results of these elections that we have issues with. We have a big problem with people not trusting the process. And because of all the things that have happened that have not been addressed, whether the results are a result of fraud or just laziness on the part of some of these precincts and the way they run elections, we have a big problem in Michigan and in this country where we don't trust the results because we don't trust the process. If I'm innocent of something, I'm going to do everything I can to prove that innocence. I'm not going to just say we're not going to look at it. If we actually would have had the chance in 2020 to see what actually happened through a forensic audit, none of this would be happening now. And it's going to continue to happen until we get transparency. But having public comments after we certify, it's just another example of the lack of transparency in our elections and why they're not trusted.
Member Hauskamp, I believe, has a...
Can I respond to you for just 1 second? It's an important response. These four folks up here, these three folks and I, we can attest to one thing with you. We can attest to the fact that we have seen with our eyes, touched with our hands, the documents for all 83 counties. They have a summary sheet. They've been signed by the Board of Canvassers, by the county clerks. Those exist. You can see them as well. That's number one. Number two is that each one of those ties to a summary of every single precinct in the state of Michigan with a total record of votes, who were voted for, who was, the information is there. And by the way, though, wait a second, those documents go back to physical ballots, the ballot that you registered on election day. These folks have, and you can go see it. Well, but stay with me a second, because this is important. We keep hearing about, you know, we keep hearing allegations of fraud and allegations of mismanagement of an election. That is not what the evidence says in any of those documents, and it's not just us seeing them. What I'm trying to say to you is, you can go to your county clerk and you can see every one of those ballots. You can go to, you can call Mr. Brader, and you can go and visit the people in Lansing here, and they will show you, and they will take you through the entire process, and you can touch it, you can feel it. It doesn't get any more real than that.
Folks, again, we are taking public comment. We are not taking call-outs and debate on the issue here. You've had your moment to speak. Again, we want to move through this agenda. I'm trying to be lenient, give everybody a chance to state their case. I think that's important. And so I would like us to move on to the next individual. Tracy Pease. Are you here, Tracy? Perhaps Tracy is in the overflow. Fadwa Gillanders.
He's in overflow.
Okay. Darcy Guelo. Are you Darcy? Yes. You're here and ready, so why don't you go ahead and come on up. State and spell your name.
Yes, my name is Darcy Guello, D-A-R-C-Y-G-U-E-L-L-O. And I want to thank you for what you guys are doing. I think it's really important for us to understand where the buck stops, and I think a lot of people are not understanding what you have authority to do or not do. But what I would like to share with you today is that whether you know it or not, you could be charged with treason for aiding and abetting the enemy if you avoid, well, just a minute, guys, if you avoid an investigation of voter fraud and claims and allegations from us, the people who want you to do this job so that we're satisfied with the election. There is currently, it was just on the docket of the Supreme Court last month, it made it to the docket where it's a writ of certiorari that was accepted and says that anyone interfering with an investigation of claims of election fraud in 2022 in Michigan could also then be at risk of being charged with the same crimes that are listed here in this writ of certiorari. That's before the Supreme Court and got on the docket last month. So if you want to show Michigan you support the Constitution and will not interfere with the investigation we, the people, demand, then you must request a stay of the certification of the 2020 Michigan election. It's your job to protect the constitutional rights of Michiganders, not to prevent the investigation of alleged crimes. Please make a motion today and vote yes for a stay on the certification of the 2020 Michigan election results until a thorough investigation can be conducted into the claims of voter fraud.
Thank you very much. Is no Tracy? So no, we don't have Tracy. Fadwa?
We don't have Fadwa.
Okay. Sherry Ritchie. Sherry in here. Sherry. Up next will be Isaac White. Sherry, state and spell your name, please.
My name is Sherry Ritchie, spelled S-H-E-R-E-E. Last name is Ritchie, R-I-T-C-H-I-E.
Floor is yours.
Just to sum up everything that I've heard today, I had some other things to say personally, but after everything I've heard today, especially the information about Genesee County. Was it 54 precincts, but only 27 were, 57 and 24, whatever those numbers were in balance? Only 50% were in balance? But yet the county certified it 3-1, as you recall, but you're not sure. 3-1. I guess I just don't understand the processes that go on. I really don't. And it's troublesome to all of us as citizens and voters when we trust our electorate our elected officials to do these jobs, but how are they doing them? It's just very troublesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gerwitz?
I think it's important for people to understand that the fact that some precincts may be unbalanced is not a reason not to certify the election. All over the country, there are unbalanced precincts. It happens because the elections are run by people. Mistakes are made, but unbalanced precincts, as Director Brader advised, often the imbalance is 1 or 2, and it is very possible for those small mistakes to occur. They do not affect, right, small, 1 out of maybe 1,000. Those do not affect the outcome of the election.
I'll finish my minute very quickly because I'm sure I didn't take it all. Whether it was 1 or 10 or a dozen, and I know it's human error. I worked as a poll challenger on November 7th, and I worked as a precinct inspector on November 8th and also on August 2nd. And I see all the human error. I see it all, by the chair people, in fact. So, you know, and things that get through the whole process without being caught, like an unsigned application, made it through, no one saw it, after 4 checkpoints. I see these things that happen. The human error is large. How do we fix it? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. White, Isaac White, are you, okay? Up after Isaac is Hassan Aoun. Apologize if I've slaughtered the saying of that, but Hassan, you're on deck.
That was the gentleman that you kicked out.
Okay, thank you. So on deck, Suzanne Schaefer.
This is Isaac.
Yeah, go ahead, Isaac.
Isaac White, that's ISAACWHITE. I think a lot of people would agree with me in Michigan in wanting to get rid of the voting machines and make hand counts permanent. And everyone I talk to, whether it's our clerks, my state rep, or even the Bureau of Elections, they either say there's a procedure for that, which is usually nearly impossible, or it's somebody else's job. And I'm wondering, I know a lot of us deal with overregulation, but how can we just make this happen? What do we need to do to get this done?
Just a general comment. If you have an issue with how things are being done at the local level, state level, federal level, I think we all know, civics set up discussion meeting with people that are elected to represent you and state your case. Do it through public comment. Do it through writing campaigns. We all have an opportunity to have our voice heard in this process, in our representative democracy, our republic, as so importantly pointed out. And so I ask you to continue that process. That's how you do it. Suzanne Schaefer. Come on up, Suzanne. On deck, Carol Vols.
And the microphone is on?
Yes. Go ahead, state and spell your name, and then the floor is yours.
No, my name's Suzanne Schaefer, Suzanne, Schaefer, Shafer. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word had become flesh and dwelt among us, and he beheld in his glory, the glory of his only begotten Son, the Father, full of grace and truth. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn it, but that it might be saved through him. He who believes in him is not condemned, but he who does not believe is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. And this is the condemnation, that is the light that comes into the world. And men who love darkness rather than light, because of their deeds, were evil. For everyone practicing evil hates the light, lest his deeds be exposed. But he who does the truth comes into the light, and his deeds may be clearly seen, that they have been done in God. And the $1 million question is, what will happen to you when we die?
Thank you, Suzanne. And on deck is Kurt Hausauer. Carol, state and spell your name. The floor is yours.
Carol Volz, Carolvolz. I am speaking to you today as one of the people, creators of government, master of the public servants. You were selected and have a fiduciary duty to ensure we have fair, honest elections that are void of fraud. If you cannot swear to that and are not willing to be held personally responsible for your role in certifying this election, I strongly urge you to rescind your signature and certification of this possibly fraudulent election. The burden of proof rests on you. Use your given powers. Do hand recounts, tabulator verifications, chain of custody verification, whatever it takes to remove doubt. Use the 72-hour right of rescission if you have any doubt. As you have been placed on notice that you will be held personally responsible for your decision today.
Thank you, Carol. Kurt Hausauer, apologize again on some of these names. I'm doing my best. On deck is Eddie Kabazinski.
My name is Kurt Hauser, Kurthauser.
All right, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. As the board may know or may not know, and the people may or may not know, if you want to have a recount in an election in Michigan, you have to pay for it, no matter whatever. So a recount is, well, for those who can afford one.
A recount of fraudulent ballots.
Pardon me?
They'll get a recount of fraudulent ballots.
That's a good one.
Because they don't check whether they're legitimate or not.
That's very true.
Recounts are just like recounting monopoly money. Right.
Folks,
Yeah.
I'll remind you on the calling out from the audience. We are trying to move things along and give everybody a chance to speak. So, Kurt, continue.
Thank you. In addition, the problem of the World Economic Forum was mentioned by a gentleman earlier, and it's very real in this state. Our lieutenant governor is affiliated with that group, and it's a very dangerous thing. Because we've all heard about Klaus Schwab and his plans. You own nothing. So, if we want to go down this road, board, and certify everything that comes in front of us, you get what you reap.
Thank you, Kurt.
Yep.
Eddie, I've seen you a couple times before. It looks like you're in better shape than the last time. That's good to see. On deck, we've got Holly DeBoer. Eddie, go ahead. State, spell your name.
Chairman Don, I would like to call a point of order first, though, if I can. The point of order was that, at least in my experience on being on the Warren City Council, under Robert's Rules of Order, public comment is allowed first before any legislative action is taken, so that the public can speak to their lawmakers and also those that would be voting on a topic on the agenda. I believe Robert's Rules of Order were not followed in this agenda, and that public comment should have been done first before the board got to vote. That was my point of order. My name is Eddie Kabasinski, E-D-D-I-E. Last name is Kabasinski, K-A-B-A-C-I-N-S-K-I. I happen to be a Warren City Councilman representing District 5, the South Central Warren area. I am here today to speak on what I have personally observed and took photographic evidence and wrote a report that was submitted to the Macomb County RNC GOP office at 39900 Garfield Road in Clinton Township, Michigan. Within that report was my monitoring of the Warren absentee ballot boxes located just outside the Warren Civic Center complex. I monitored that ballot box from my van from 0900 hours until 1230 hours on the Monday, the 7th of November, 2022. In that time that I was there, from that shift time, monitoring that ballot box, I seen many occasions of ballot stuffing and ballot harvesting taking place where many vehicles, SUVs primarily, that had individuals wearing masks and covering their entire face so that you could not recognize or make knowledge of who they were, stuffing the ballot box. In addition to that, I seen voters from out of state that were also stuffing the ballot box as well, from California as well as Nevada. So I do have that photographic evidence. I did submit an affidavit. I don't know if this board has that affidavit, but it was submitted to the Macomb GOP and then to the, I would imagine, to the state party, the Michigan GOP.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
All right. We have Holly DeBoer and then Sharon Staten. And being that it is 12:30, we're going to finish with Sharon for, take a recess for lunch for folks to take a break with the intention of coming,
Just your discretion, but we do, just a reminder, we have one person who wants to speak on Zoom. So perhaps at the end of this, we'll be in the next session.
Yes, we will have Mr., what's his name? Gallant. Yeah, so we'll do Holly. That is an ADA accommodation for this gentleman. So we have Holly, Sharon, then we will have Mr. Gallant, then we will break for lunch. So Holly, please, floor is yours.
My name is Holly DeBoer, Holly, DEBOER. You kept saying, Mrs. Bradshaw, that we are only held to what is in front of us, and you are held to what is in front of you. It's we the people. We are in front of you. We the people of the state of Michigan, we the people of the United States of America, our republic. That's what's held is in front of you. You also are held to protect the integrity of the electoral process. And I know you've heard this over and over again, but you're crossing the finish line while there are pending FOIA requests, there are pending things that have been filed to show that there has been some misrepresentation of this election. You are also held to the election laws of the United States of America, the election laws of Michigan. You are held to the Michigan Constitution, and you are also held to the laws of the land, the United States of America, which is the law of the land. You are also held to the accountability that you have as board members to pass this. And with that, what you've stated, 4.5 million votes, 5% of the imbalances we're looking at over 210,000 imbalances. You are held to an accountability to check those imbalances before you cross the finish line. You have the power to decertify, and you have the power to do what is right, what is noble, and what is moral for the state of Michigan and for we the people.
Thank you, Holly. All right. Sharon Staten. Apologize if that is incorrect. Okay. State and spell your name. And then on deck is James Gallant.
Okay, Sharon Staten, SharonStaton. I completely changed what I was going to say as I listened to what went on today. Your collective sigh of relief when you certified the vote was obvious. Why we have the call to public after the certification tells us all that your minds were made up. You said that we have 22 months to check out the election, and it's my understanding that Jocelyn Benson has ordered the township and county clerks to destroy the flash drives and tabulator tapes, etc. One of many laws she has blatantly broken. Christina Caramo's statement was not baseless, as someone stated. I was on a canvassing group in Livingston County, and we found several vacant lots addresses with people registered to vote there. We found businesses with people registered to vote, and the owners had never heard of these people. This is just a tiny slice of what is happening in our state under Jocelyn Benson. And the need for her to clean up our voter rolls is so apparent. So I personally resent the implications that were made on Christina's behalf. So anyway, thank you, and I plead with you to reconsider your decision to certify this vote.
Thank you, Sharon. Do we have Mr. Gallant ready to go? It doesn't sound like Mr. Gallant.
There he is.
Mr. Gallant, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
All right, speak up into your mic if you can, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Jonathan, and please give me the couple extra seconds. My name is James Gallant, James.
James.
Galant.
Mr. Gallant, just give us one moment here. Yes.
We have outside.
Okay.
That is not allowing us to hear.
Sorry, I'm in a public place.
We have someone outside. I'm not sure exactly what's going on out there, but it's going to make it very difficult for us to hear Mr. Gallant.
So, Mr. Gallant, speak as loud as you can.
Very loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please approve a motion to reconsider and rescind your vote to certify the election today, because some counties canvassed and voted the elections with only 3 members with a majority of one party in direct contradiction to Article 2, Section 7 of the Constitution. And please get an opinion from Heather, the AG's lady here. And you just canvassed this in closed session. You went in closed session. Now, concerning the New World Order issue, the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission Chair, Justin Witches, claims that he's a dual citizen with the Netherlands, where they have a deliberative democracy there, where they just do the discussion first, and then they negotiate the motion before it's formally entertained, just like you did, Mr. Chair, right now. This is deliberative democracy. This is not a constitutional republic process. Mr. Witches' contempt for our governmental process was obvious when they quashed an agenda item to say the Pledge of Allegiance at the meeting without allowing the members to vote. That's how they did it. They did the discussion, they raised all kinds of cane, and then it went away. They just didn't vote. There was not a motion. And now you can't do an investigation, but you sure can refer it. You can refer to an investigation. You're not authorized to do it, but you can ask for it. But please do that. And please increase the number of signatures that you use from 500 to 1,000 when you estimate the valid signatures, because that was in 1982 that formula was made, and now there's twice as many.
Mr. Gallant, your time is up. Thank you very much, sir, for your comment.
Couple seconds. Let me just say thank you.
All right, folks, again, we're going to take a break for lunch just to help with people getting back here in a timely fashion. The first few names on the list here to speak would be Mike Lukic, Veronica Perot, and Darlene Dorr. Those are the first 3 I've got, so you'll be first up on deck. With that, I'm going to recess the meeting until 5 after 1.
This is a minister.
All right, thank you, folks. Call this meeting back to order at 1:20 p.m. Thank you for patience and sticking around. We are going to keep moving with public comment. Reminder again, just come up, state and spell your name for the reporter. You'll have 1 minute. I'll give you a few seconds to wrap up and then on to the next person. All right, thank you, folks. Call this meeting back to order at 1:20 p.m. It's going to be really difficult to conduct the meeting with that going on. God, my voice is terrible. The microphone looks like they have been shut off. So just, again, at the base, there's a little button to turn it back on. So with that, we will kick it off with Mike Lukic. Apologize for that attempt. And then on deck is Veronica Perot.
Hello. Yes, my name is Mike Loyks. It's a tough one to say. I don't blame you. It's a tricky one for sure. Luykx is how it's spelled. First of all, just want everybody to know I'm a proud husband, father, and son. But the thing I wanted to talk about in these comments today is something very different than what I intended. I've observed quite a bit of body language and, frankly, the lack of eye contact. And what I found is it's during the challenges, the points that are brought up to you, that I found that literally I've seen Mr. Don, yourself, look away from some of the, in particular when Christina Karamo was speaking. That's very concerning to me. These are truths that people under oath brought to you, and you refuse to look them in the eye fully. I don't quite understand that. I'm here to represent Michigan, the people, our kids, and our future. Is this the look you have, if this is fair? Are you looking this way because of the voices you don't really understand or want to listen to what's being told to you? This is your truth now that you have to live with these decisions. It's surprising to me how you can break from being very gregarious one moment and literally not look at these folks in the eye. You know, I know, and God knows the truth. Your body language told us volumes today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Veronica. Is Veronica still here? Did somebody say no? All right, I'll mark that one, put it towards the back. Darlene Dorr. Darlene, and then on deck is Christopher Brown.
Darlene Dorr, D-A-R-L-E-N-E, D-O-E-R-R. On January 6th, elected officials did their clerical duty of approving the certification of the election in spite of claims
Darlene, I'm really sorry, but can you just move the microphone just a little bit? Thank you.
Okay. In spite of claims and evidence of election fraud. This infuriated with investigation potential crimes, which is a national security risk. Today, that body is facing a case on the Supreme Court showing they are guilty of treason. They did not know when they certified an election without requesting an investigation of the claims of voter fraud that they could be charged with this crime. We are letting you know you can be charged with the same crime as you are doing the same exact thing. You have an opportunity right now to redeem yourself using the 72-hour right of recession if you have any doubt as you are being put on notice that you will be held personally responsible for interfering with the investigation of voter fraud by certifying these results.
Thank you, Darlene. Christopher Brown, and on deck is Tricia Fessler.
Thank you. Christopher Brown, C-H-R-I-S-T-O-P-H-E-R. Brown, B-R-O-W-N. Thank you. Today's vote was focused on certifying the November 8th election. You all voted 4-0 to certify that election. All of Michigan's 83 counties have canvassing boards of their own, tasked with certifying local election results. Every county canvassing board certified its respective election results by last week's Tuesday deadline. Thank you for your service on the Board of State Canvassers for Michigan and your work in certifying the November 8th election results for the state of Michigan. No matter our color, party, or zip code, we all want an equal say in the decisions that shape our future, our education, our health care, the health and safety of our planet and our communities. For democracy to work for all of us, every vote, every voice must be heard and every vote must be counted. We join together to make that happen and are prepared to swear in a government that enacts the will of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Tricia Fessler. Pass? Is that you? Okay, thank you. Peggy Whitman. And then Percy Johnson is on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Peggy Whitman, P-E-G-G-Y, Whitman, W-I-T-T-M-A-N. I asked to speak at Agenda Item 2 because I'm representing Jim Draper, who ran for County Commissioner in District 4 in Oceana County on the other side of the state. So I'm asking for 3 minutes at this point. Jim ran as a candidate against an incumbent by the name of Paul Erickson, who does not live in the district that he ran in. This is against the law. This is election fraud. As an observer in this precinct for over 10 hours, I can tell you that with my own eyes, I witnessed many ways of fraudulent activity, and this election should not have ever been certified. We are deeply concerned over one Dominion tabulator that broke down mid-morning on November the 8th after being tested and certified only a few days earlier. Why is a machine that has one purpose breaking down on the one day it needs to run and function normally? This caused tremendous disruption for hours until another machine was brought in and voter confidence fell substantially in our community. Another point, our county clerk agreed to allow me to view all of the precinct tapes. We set up a meeting to talk. We both agreed that I had a right to see the tapes. When I showed up a matter of hours later, she had denied me being able to see those precinct tapes because she had gotten a memo from Lansing that told her not to let me see it. I have a copy of that memo. A memo from a human being cannot supersede a law that's on the books. MCL 168.807 gives me the right to look at the precinct tapes. Freedom of Information Act gives me the right as a citizen to look at the information and the comings and goings and doings of our government appointees and also those we vote in. If there's nothing to hide, why are you not letting us look at the numbers before they go up the chain? One more thing, the law has broken.
Ma'am, I'm just going to interrupt you 1 second. Ma'am, in the back, this is your last warning on continuing to say things from the crowd. I've been very lenient. Don't want to have to kick somebody else out. Can you please control yourself moving forward? Thank you.
The law has been broken in my community, and I have filed police reports with the City of Hart and with the Michigan State Police. I went and visited our sheriff's department, but was dismissed because I was told it was a conflict of interest for them to get involved with any kind of fraud that's happening with coworkers in the same county building. I visited our prosecuting attorney who said I needed the police reports, but they all are pointing their fingers somewhere else. Awful lot of finger pointing going on when citizens want to be involved. I am requesting a full forensic audit of the election of the November 8th, 2022 election. I urge you to be transparent in this election process. Share the data with we the people. We serve a God of truth, of liberty, of justice. It's the same God that gave us this Constitution of the United States of America. It is unique to anything in the world, and we, the people, are going to hang on to it. Jesus, in your holy name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, on deck is Trish Oliver.
Percy Johnson.
State that, well, you've stated, now spell your name, and then you've got, the floor is yours.
Percy Johnson, Johnsson.
Right.
Okay, I just want to thank you for your participation and being civically involved to take on the job that you're taking. I think it's time that you mentioned early in this meeting that we would be respectful and that we would act like adults and listen to everybody and not speak out of order. And for me, I 100% support that. I believe that it's important that we come in and we listen to people when they talk, but we also be respectful, especially for the ones who might be shy and might not want to be intimidated by listening to other people making other comments behind their back, right? But I'm here to thank you for your support. I feel it's time that we start holding people accountable. The votes of the will of the people, of the voters, was made, and you're certifying the vote from different counties, and you're bringing it here, and you review what you have reviewed, and you're saying that everything is checking out okay. So I just want to thank you for your service, and I wish that more of us would be more respectful to one another and listen to everybody, give everybody a chance to be good citizens and respectful citizens. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Trish Oliver. After Trish is Lori Skibo or Skybo.
My name is Trish Oliver. Do you want me to spell that?
Yes, please.
Trisholiver. May I begin?
Yep, floor is yours.
Okay. I signed the written objection this morning to certification, so I just want to note that for the record. I signed the written objection to certification that was filed this morning. Moving on, Benson, in defiance of Janetsky versus Benson, in which she was ordered to create an administrative rule through the Administrative Procedures Act, failed to create a signature for comparison, and therefore there's no effective way to determine voter identification. Furthermore, this morning, Jonathan Brader stated that the tabulators have 3 points of testing. I would like to ask Jonathan Brader to publish his certification standards and test reports on the state website, please. Further, Canvasser Jeanette Bradshaw referred to the 2016 Jill Stein presidential election recount. Please note for the record that that recount was not completed and took place before machines were part of the process. And finally, the Board of Canvassers should provide a check and balance to elections, but have become a rubber stamp committee. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you, Trish. Lori, up next, I think this is an R, Carrie DeMattia, Kari, or maybe Katie. Go ahead, Lori.
Hi, my name is Lori Skibo. That's Loriskibo. Please let the record reflect that I was a 2020 general and 2022 primary and a 2022 general election poll challenger inside of the Detroit Absentee Counting Board. Since I have pages and pages, including my own 6-page affidavit, along with lots of other sworn statements from people that I worked alongside of, and there's absolutely no way that I will be able to address those in my 1-minute right to petition my government for the redress of my grievances. I will say this to those of you who still believe in the rule of law. Your affidavits should be sent to email address sos-ois@michigan.gov. Again, that is sos-ois@michigan.gov. This is the Investigative Services Department of the Secretary of State. Send your evidence of fraud, send your own sworn statements, and demand that they finally do a criminal investigation and look into all of the circumstances that we have spent 2 years documenting.
Thank you, Lori. Is it Carrie or Katie? I apologize. Katie, okay. On deck is Sandra Thalen.
K-A-T-I, DeMattia, D-E-M-A-T-T-I-A. I also worked as a precinct inspector at the elections and also as a challenger at the elections. Because of all this, the suspected, actually attested election fraud, irregularities, and illegal processes that we know went on, I demand a full forensic audit and investigation, and I ask that you change your vote and rescind. There's too much at stake here in Michigan in this election. The most egregious is Prop 3. By Prop 3, millions of babies will be aborted in Michigan. And it's proven that Planned Parenthood sells aborted baby parts on the internet. We don't want that in Michigan. Also, on Christmas Eve of this year, Prop 3 will take effect if this election is not overturned. You evidently don't care about the legal ramifications of ignoring election processes, but those of you who voted today to certify, knowing that there were these serious problems with the validity of this election, you are complicit with the murder of these babies, and I can only say, God have mercy on your souls.
Thank you, Katie. Sandra, on deck is Frederick Nienstedt.
Sandra Thalen, S-A-N-D-R-A-T-H-E-L-E-N.
Floor is yours.
Hi, I am here with my daughter. We came on a homeschooled field trip. I brought her here today to show her the willingness of people to fight for honesty and integrity in our election because of the importance to their fellow man that elections are. I hope today that this board would consider not certifying this election to teach our children that we need to check them. People need to be checked. Secretary Benson has violated Michigan law, and 5 courts have upheld this, and I have taught her this. And I've taught her that breaking the law, people check you for that. Things happen. Today, I'm very disappointed in the words that I've heard from people on this board, that it's dangerous not to accept a lie when someone has broken the law. We shouldn't take elections lightly, but you've certified this election. We're holding what we have in front of us. All of these people are in front of you. But I thank you for your service, and God bless you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thanks for bringing your daughter. Frederick, on deck we have Wayne Sloiter.
Chairman Daunt, board members, my name is Frederick Nienstedt, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K, N-I-E-N-S-T-E-D-T. On Monday, November 14th, the Secretary of State Benson issued guidance statewide to city and county clerks to not provide precinct tabular tapes in response to Freedom of Information Act requests until after certification. This is a conflict of interest and obstruction of the transparent flow of information, which is the right of the public, for an election in which she was a candidate. In response to Freedom of Information Act requests for precinct tapes, some cities and counties are charging a fee. These tapes should be posted on the city and county websites the day after the elections and should be available to the public free of charge and not encumbered by a financial requirement. Because of this, the election must not be certified to allow more time for Freedom of Information Act requests. You have a chance to rescind 72 hours, sir. So please, the voice of the people always stands above the voice of the government. When absentee voters receive only the voice of the government, that is the 100-word summary, that is placing the government's voice above that of the people. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Wayne, it's Sluter, and then on deck, we have Jeanette Wareham. Go ahead, Wayne.
Hi. My name is Wayne Sluter, Waynesluiter. This is my first time to attend this forum, and I have to say that I'm somewhat disappointed. I've watched at least 5 out of 6 candidates present information to you guys which causes the process of the election to be suspect. I've also heard several accounts from poll workers, poll inspectors, people who have worked the elections present to you that there are anomalies in the process that should certainly be questionable. The fact that this was voted through unanimously is extremely surprising to me. I would think that there would be some representation for this from our officials, and that I think you guys should actually be somewhat ashamed of yourself based on your activities here today and the fact that you have a full lack of empathy for the consideration of these concerns.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jeanette Wareham. Is Jeanette here? Not seeing any movement. I have one that just says Melissa. Is there a Melissa here? After this, James Shepard. Melissa, you're going to have to give your last name for this part.
That's okay. I can do that. Thank you.
Wait, I think I
Hi,
remember
my name
you.
is Melissa Ward. Not monkey word, but you know, that's what we used to be called when I was little. Anyways, it's MELISSAWARD. I'm very disappointed. I was hoping that I could have spoken before because I did run for office and I was denied that. So I want to read to you a couple things. Proposal 2 and 3 have so many different grammatical errors that I was embarrassed that you guys even didn't vote it in, and then it went to the Supreme Court to get on, because I was here at that meeting and spoke up about that. And you guys did vote okay, all right, the 2 Republicans. But I am very embarrassed for you today. I am really, I'm praying for you guys because you know what? It's going to come down. Y'all have disrespected the majority of the people in Michigan. There is many, many things that I've saw throughout the state that was corrupt with this election. Nothing to hide, then you need to provide. I went to 8 different precincts and got precinct tapes because the law states that it has to be available for the public to see, okay? So in turn, I didn't have to pay anything to do that. So when Benson put about illegally, and you guys should never have, I mean, are you guys denying that she did something illegal, that she broke the law?
Melissa, your time has expired. I'll give you a few more seconds to wrap up
Okay.
here.
So lawsuits are already filed. My question to you was, you said earlier, and you lied to us because you said Are there any lawsuits available? Are there any pending? And what did you say? You said there is. So then why can you disregard that and vote to certify something that there are pending lawsuits? So, you know what? I'm praying for you.
I will take prayers from anywhere. I appreciate that. And just briefly on the issue of the courts, we are bound by the law to do what we have been instructed by the law and then the courts. And until the courts have spoken otherwise, this is our duty. Mr. Shepard, is that you coming on up? Ken Byer is on deck. Mr. Shepard? State and spell your name.
James Shepard, Jameshepard. I bring a message from our Creator of heaven and earth, Yahweh, whose name is in the Hebrew language, the language spoke by Moses. Yahweh gave Moses the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. And we're in violation here in the United States of one of those commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not murder. We have allowed legislation by legislators and people voting. We're all abetting the murder of babies in the womb and partial birth. Not something. It's an abomination to our Heavenly Father, this being perpetrated on humanity. And those who vote for those and this legislation will either suffer physically or financially. Hallelujah. Thank you, Yahweh. Thank you for loving us unconditionally. And we will be forgiven if we repent. Shalom.
Mr. Shepard, I just want to, are you making a threat to us in that language, or is that just kind of a cosmic issue? Mr. Byer?
My name is Ken Byer.
Hold on, Ken. I got to let, who's up next? I think it's Erlina Vetrig. No, Ken, you're up. I was just letting, who's on deck? Sorry.
My name is Ken Byer, Kenbeyer. I'm with the Grand Republican Grand New Party because the GOP apparently did not show up today. So we're here to represent them. God gave us America to give birth to destiny. And what I just watched today was you all giving it the American dream and abortion. The goal was not to steal our elections, I get that. The goal is to destroy the credibility of our elections. Congratulations, it's working. 80% of everybody in America don't believe in this process. Is that the result you're looking for? What is amazing is that a serial lawbreaker was permitted to administer her own election. You gave the Secretary of State candidate permission to write her own rules so she could illegally change the election laws to give her team an advantage. Do you really think that this election wasn't rigged? And that wasn't set up for ballot harvesting? You really believe that? Do you honestly believe that there should not be an inspection of her work? She administered it. She was running for election. Somebody needs to look into it. Do you understand why this doesn't look good? I repeat, the goal was not to steal the election. The goal was to discredit it. You did a great job.
Thanks. Sir, one more outburst and I will have you removed.
Thank you.
Erlina Vetrig, I apologize, it's tough reading this one. Is there Erlina? Don't. Nidal Poles? Angela Lukic? Shirley Schaefer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
After Shirley would be Joanne Bacall.
I have
What is it?
This is notices from We the People.
Oh,
serving the
thank you.
canvassing board. Hi, my name is Shirley Schaefer, Shirley Schaefer. As one of the people of the 50 American states, Republican Forum, I am serving you with notice so that you and your agents may provide due care. Please take notice that the people, having come together and assembled for the common good, realize that our servants swore an oath to be instructed by us in the Michigan State Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. I therefore come to you in love, telling you that to certify an election after being shown fundamental law, the fact that workers were instructed to ignore law, and verifications that would render the proceeding a nullity will be considered as a trespass against the people in the highest degree. If, as Michigan public servants, you refuse to immediately secure the people's elections and businesses, and nullifying this election, filled with maladministration and malfeasance, you must present constitutional grants of authority showing you are allowed to do so, sworn under penalty of perjury by affidavit within 7 days. If you should fail to respond, you agree that you are trespassing against the people with full knowledge, intent, and malice that this notice can be used as evidence against you should you interfere with the people's rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley.
And this is a jot form. It has, this is a jot form. The people.
This is what you send it,
Yes,
okay.
This is a jot form. It has went to the one email address that the people could find on the state website for the Board of Canvassers.
Thank you. Joanne Bacall, is that somewhat correct? And then
Correct.
Mike Glancy is on deck.
Joanne Bacali, Joanne, last name Bacali, Bakale. So very close. Number one, I'd like the record to reflect that I signed the objection to certification that was filed this morning. Additionally, specific to Richard and Anthony, I'd like to thank them for some of the comments they made earlier. You actually asked for facts. So I'd like to actually inject some facts into this process. All of these facts could actually be found at www.electionintegrityforce.com, and the vast majority of them actually are reflected in report number 7 on the website. So fact number 1 is that Michigan has the second worst voter rolls in the nation. So Mr. Brader actually talks to you and he says, oh, it's not a problem. We're only at 108% of our citizens of voting age population, and that's not an issue. But the reality is it is an issue because there are 48 other states who are better than we are. Fact number 2 is that judicial, and all this data can actually be is shown in report number 7, but the the nationwide voter roll report can actually be found through Judicial Watch. If you do a search on Judicial Watch, October 2020 voter roll study, Mr. Brader, you can actually find it there yourself. Okay, so
Joanne,
fact number 2.
I've given you about 30 extra seconds, so I'm going to ask you to wrap up in like 15 so we can move on to the next person. Doesn't work like that, but thank you. 15 seconds.
Thank you for the additional time. Since January of 2019, the voter rolls in Michigan have only gotten worse. We are at about 8.25 million registrations, despite only having 7 million driver's licenses in the state. Since Jocelyn Benson has come into office and since the state of Michigan has joined the ERIC system, we have gone from approximately being 7.5 million registrations or citizens of voting age population to a hockey stick approach to where we are today. I would strongly encourage this committee, the legislature, and anyone who cares about the state of Michigan and our elections to actually look at the qualified voter file and clean it up immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Glancy, and then Lindsay Spiewak.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mike Glancy, that's Glancy, and I'm with the Muskegon County GOP as an executive of their committee and also vice chair of their election committee. The reason I'm here to speak with you today is to help try to get this election straightened around where we all feel comfortable that everything is going according to plan. Right now, if just sitting here listening to everybody talk, all I can say is our election system is broken. It needs to be fixed. And working in the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, and working in quality control, whenever we had problems like that were pointed out from people working on the floor, preparing foods or drugs for us to keep, this should be happening also with our elections. We should have people having oversight on our elections to make sure that they're working correctly. I thought that was what I was supposed to do as either a challenger or an inspector or as an elected official for my own precinct and my own city, my own county. But I'm finding out even as being and playing that part and overseeing an election, it isn't working. I have found too many points where the laws have been broken, with regards to chain of custody, not following procedure of law within the election procedure, because I've seen tabulators that they've started up an election procedure at the beginning of the morning and the opening of the poll, didn't have a security tag on it. It wasn't even, there was a number in the poll book, but there wasn't a tag on the equipment.
Mr. Glancy, I'll ask you to wrap it up in the next 10 seconds here.
And so this has been going on. I've been doing this now since 2020, trying to find out how I can help fix our election system. And I've been to all kinds of classes and everything to educate myself in this procedure. But it has gone on and on and on, even repeated failures to comply with our laws.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Lindsay? Yes. And then on deck is, it looks like Braden Giacobazi.
Am I ready?
Yeah,
Oh, you're still going.
if they're not here, Bishop Herman Starks. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Spiewak, LINDSEY, Back in 2020, I received an absentee ballot, not application, ballot in mail by mistake. Went to my county clerk, asked why I had received a ballot, and she said it was a mistake. At that point, I became concerned about our election process, and I dove into it, wanting to understand. I could not complain about something that I did not understand. I became a precinct delegate, an election inspector. I worked as a chair of the last primary in this midterm here. And I definitely want to trust the process. And so I attended our county canvass the last 2 weeks, and I watched as election law MCL 806 Part A was broken. That law states that you shall have 2 people of opposing parties signing the seals. There were multiple precincts that had 2 people from the same party signing the seal. Also 1 person signing the seals. I also watched as MCL 168.932 Part C. Flint had to call in the prosecutor asking for guidance because a name was made up and added to a ballot in order to balance the books. The election chair in Flint, Precinct 24, allowed a person with a Nevada driver's license to vote. Also, that same chairperson asked an inspector to sign the seals in the middle of the day so as to speed the process up at night. What's sad is that if a candidate wants a recount, many precincts in Genesee County cannot be recounted because of mistakes. How unfortunate for the candidates and we the people. A Genesee County canvasser said that for over 20 years, the elections have been a mess like this in Genesee County. At what point do we say enough is enough? Also, when do we hand count the paper ballots, making sure that they match the tabulator tapes? Or do we continue to just blindly trust these tabulator tapes and machines?
Lindsay,
to me, as a concerned citizen, this makes logical sense.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, Lindsay.
I will. Thank you. Like I said in the beginning, I got involved because I wanted to trust the process. After seeing the primaries, midterms, county canvass, and now this state canvass, I have nothing. My distrust has only grown.
Thank you.
Lindsay, can I ask you a question? Lindsay, can I just ask one question? Absolutely. Am I understanding that you are part of the election process in Genesee County?
Yes, I'm an election inspector. I was chair of Precinct 2 in Davison Township.
A township again?
Davison Township.
Thanks.
Was Braden?
No.
Your Bishop Stark? Okay. After you will be Kristen Dumbas. Sir?
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Herman Starks. I am a organizer with Michigan People Campaign. One of the things that I want to say is that I find it extremely amazing and is extremely dangerous of how people is misinterpreting the state and constitutional law. The government is what we have to use. That is what has allowed us to get to the point where we are in this country today, right? The process. You have to go to court, you have to file your due diligence, et cetera. What I am pleased about is the fact that you gentlemen, you ladies and gentlemen, I should say, is that you have showed more turpitude, that you have used the best judgment that you could based on the information that you had, and that you have showed up and did what you're supposed to do and certified the votes for the state of Michigan. That is, I think, one of the most important part of what you have to do. If there was information that showed that it should be not certified, I'm sure you guys would not have done it. We would be having a different conversation. One of the things that as God-fearing people that we must do is always be rightful in our approach and rightful in what we're doing. So I just want to come and say God bless you and thank you for the work that you are doing.
Thanks, sir. Kristen. On deck is Philip Barham.
Hi, my name is Kristen Dornbos, KRISTINDORNBOS. I want to start off by saying that I have read all the 20 expert reports that were submitted on depernolaw.com, and it's crazy that we are allowing to certify them after all that it says in there. So I'm not an expert, but it's terrible. Anyways, I'm a precinct delegate from Ottawa County, and we had 24 precinct delegates asking to not certify, representing 24,000 people. Because if you look at our commissioner race, we flipped 8 out of 11 of our commissioners in beating out 2 Democrats. All of our school boards won, conservative voters. And our bottom of the ticket is getting 1,500 votes, where the top of our ticket is getting 1,300 votes. And to me, that seems very sketchy. I trust our workers. I trust they're all doing the process very accurately. I just don't trust the machines. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Philip. Is Philip Barham here? Virginia Greenlee. Are you Virginia? Okay, come on up. I don't see Philip, so I'll mark him not here.
Virginia Greenlee, Virginia, Greenlee, like the color, green, Green, and then Lee, like Robert E. Lee, Lee.
Okay.
I'm here to also request a full forensic audit. If the voting systems have the same user ID and password, not just in Michigan, but in other states, tell me, how is that and why? If the qualified voter files have not been adequately cleaned up, how can one trust the votes? We went door to door, and we met people that got various absentee ballots, and some people, when they went to vote, couldn't vote because they were told their vote had already been cast for them. Are dead people, ghost people, and illegal voters really okay? What about extraneous addresses and lack of signature verification? Now, if a bank was robbed, do you just go around and count to determine how much money is missing and then say, you've done your due diligence, you've done your duty, and you do nothing else because nothing else matters because you are so task-oriented, you did your job. Yeah. What drives your hesitancy to consider the what ifs? What if you are 100% wrong in God's eyes, to whom you will someday answer to, and to the name of Jesus to whom you will bow? Thank you.
We have Bruce Greenlee, and then after Bruce, our final speaker is Holger Spiewak. Oh, he is here? Okay, so then Braden will be our last speaker then. Mr. Greenlee, go ahead.
My name is Bruce Greenlee, B-R-U-C-E, Greenlee, G-R-E-N-L-E-E. It was very interesting. I didn't find this until afterwards, but this agenda, I've attended many city council meetings in the city of Holland, Michigan. All the public comment always comes before. I noticed coming to this meeting, you all did a acceptance of the minutes of the last meeting, but there was nothing about the agenda, accepting that, declining that. It's very interesting that the agenda has public comment after the vote, which is usually not done. Maybe in Lansing, I have some concerns. I'll get to them quickly. The first one was the agenda that plans to allow certification before public comment being made. A little bit of name calling and demeaning of any opposing viewpoints as disinformation. Yeah, there's many other words used all over media and otherwise. The security of the election is not always related to individual election workers or even elected officials, but it has been shown that the internet, whether it's Bluetooth or whether it's hardwired by local, state, U.S. or global players, has been interfered with. The process of absentee ballots, ballot harvesting, many days of voting, people really need to see an honest investigation and not only of the burden of proof being FOIA requests, which are very untimely for most individuals to get anything done before this meeting, for example.
Can I ask you, give me a little extra time, give about 15 seconds.
Okay, and then my last point is there are many nations in the world, and I know you all can't do this because our legislature has to actually step up to the plate finally and have a governor that would sign it, which probably won't happen now. Many nations do hand count of paper ballots. They do fine. France is one of them. There's many others. The U.S. seems to be a little behind the times with that in honesty and in integrity. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So I've got two remaining speakers, Holger and then Braden. I've received another request from Mr. Arthur Woodson, but you've already spoken, sir, and so I wanted to. Are you? And you want to speak as a citizen? Okay, fair. And so we will add you. We'll make you the last speaker. And sir.
Holger Spiewak, I'm a German citizen, live in Genesee County. November 8-9 marks the 33rd anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. Between 1950 and 1986, the Communist Party of the German Democratic Republic won every national election by a landslide, 9 total altogether. Then on November 9, 1989, the Berlin Wall finally broke, and East Germans could not wait to leave the prison that held them captive for decades. Every German, East and West, knew that every official election result was fake to keep the ruling elites, communists, in power. And I just want to address those of you guys that are watching this, that are so heartily applauding the rushed certification of this process. This certification is hurting you guys as much as everybody else.
Thank you, sir. Braden. Where is Braden? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm standing in for Braden. MCL.
So hold on. Can you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Darlene Dykstra, Darlene.
So you're not Braden?
No, I'm not. I'm identifying as Braden.
I'll let it slide. Creativity, go ahead. But please state and spell your name.
My name?
Yes.
Darlene, Dykstra, Dykstra. MCL 168.803 defines what a vote is. There is no legal process defined that allows for a vote to be changed or manipulated. There is also not a single mention of the word adjudication. This means it is very clearly an illegal and fraudulent process. Michigan election law requires overvoted ballots to be rejected entirely, yet they are all being allowed and manipulated via this illegal adjudication process. This disenfranchises millions of Michiganders, especially the minorities of Detroit who rely heavily on the massive AVCB for their votes, creates needless mistrust, and makes an intentionally unequal playing field since only AVCBSs are used in the process. None of this is legally or morally acceptable. In addition, instead of investigating our claims, people like Tony immediately slander any speakers here who brought negative things to light. To that end, I have worked for 2 years analyzing your own official Michigan election data with Election Integrity Force. From this official Michigan election data, it is crystal clear that 100,000 votes were added to the official QVF since the 2020 election, incrementally over the past 2 years. And as of October, votes were still being added. There are 4 million disappearing and reappearing votes, and many that never show up properly to this day. This includes countless votes flipped from in-person to absentee or not at all. The QVF is required by law to be updated by the Secretary of State within 7 days of election, and the SOS is required to demand it within 15 days. Please do an investigation as should be required, since there is in fact abundant and almost endless evidence to warrant this. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, I will probably not allow something like that in the future, but holiday season, and it was pretty creative, so thank you. The last one, Mr. Woodson, come on up.
Arthur Woodson, Arthur, Woodson. Mr. Dodd, let me start off by saying I was offended by what you said as far as people coming in here with allegations. Well, it wasn't my allegation. It was the Genesee County Canvass allegation of fraud, and they spoke to the state, and the state was the ones that directed them to call the prosecutor. Real quick, let me say this. They said 5 books could not be opened because only one person signed the book. You keep on talking about recount. They couldn't even open the seal to even retabulate. So by us going on under oath earlier, I would like you to give everybody up there, including the director, the oath, and go on record right now saying that during recount that y'all keep talking about, that all those canisters that they said 5 out of 6, which is 90% of the absentee votes, can be open during recount. We want to know that right now before we leave so that the candidates will know for sure. No, let him talk. No, don't do that. He want to ask a question.
I just had a question. Why can't they be opened?
They can't be open because it's supposed the canvassers and Genesee County said it takes 2 signatures on the book when they put the seal on the canisters. If it's only 1 signature, they said that they cannot be reopened, and they never reopened them, even to retabulate to see if the absentee ballots was counted right, if they were signed right, duplicate. They couldn't even look at the duplicate ballots. So what I want to know on record, under oath, is can those canisters be reopened for a recount so that the candidates who did lose have a fair and free recount of those ballots if they request one?
Mr. Brader, if you,
So during a recount, before the recount is conducted, the individuals conducting the recount determine whether or not the containers have been properly sealed. So that determination have to be made at the recount.
Say what? What did you just say?
Could you do that one again?
That determination would have to be made at the recount.
By whom? I mean, can you go under oath and say that they can be recounted? Because you're making it sound like they can be recounted, and it's no
If the board
problem.
would like me to further clarify this, I can, but I believe I've explained the issue.
I would like to be clarified. I mean, come on, so we will know. That's what y'all supposed to be doing, is educating us on how this process work. And we would like to know how the process work, and we can't get in touch with anyone. So we would just like to know while we're here, I'm the last speaker, you don't have anybody else, can we know the process on how this recount works?
Mr. Woodson,
how they recount?
I do, in the interest of addressing the question that I think you have a genuine question related to this, I do think Mr. Brader has knowledge that he can share that helps clarify some of this in terms of how a recount process works. We've been through it, but I do think it's important so that everybody understands that we are taking due diligence and explaining this, that he explained in, a couple of minutes how this process will work.
Yeah, can he do it under oath, though? Can he explain to us under oath so that I can take
You're
his word?
misconstruing the way this board works and what this is about. We have all taken an oath of office. I think that's clear. Mr. Brader. You know what? I'll go ahead and just end the meeting if this is how folks want to be. I'm trying to be fair.
Hey, chill out.
That's fantastic. Stop. I'm asking for Mr. Brader to relay this information to you so that you have a better understanding. Sometimes it feels that it's not going to do any good, but I think it's worth one more time having it said. Mr. Brader, thank you.
So I previously explained the way that balanced precincts work with regard to Okay, so I previously explained how precincts work with regard to balancing when you conduct recounts. So sometimes an out-of-balance precinct can be recounted if it can be explained, or if when the container is opened, it's determined that the number of ballots matches the number of votes cast on the tabular tape. You also need to determine that the container has been properly sealed, but that determination cannot be made until you look at the container during the recount. So that's what would have to happen at the recount.
Is there a recount? Are you officially doing a recount?
No, I know someone that is, but.
Sounds like you have to start the recount process.
Right, but the problem here is that they could not get anything in balance, and the election director would not make any remarks to say why the seals, like they broke the seals 3 times, and they did not put the remarks on there on why those seals were broken. So if those seals, no remarks on why the books are in balance or why the seals was broken, then that canister cannot be recounted.
So I do believe Mr. Brader has addressed this.
I mean,
the recount,
I understand.
There is a process in place where you request a recount. I would, if you believe that there is a need for that, I would highly recommend that you pursue that course of action. That's how our system works. I'm going to go ahead.
I mean,
and thank you for your time.
I really appreciate you, and that's why a lot of people don't believe in our system.
Are you going to initiate a recount, though?
Yeah, someone in Genesee County will be initiating one, but it's just sad that we're going to have to come back up this way or go to court when everything could have been taken care of right here and checked into, because they sent, like what you said as far as the summary, the election director would not even make remarks or summary. So we don't have anything that we can even FOIA because they didn't even put remarks because we didn't have any remarks. So
Part of our challenge is that we don't have the authority nor the direction or the process to be able to touch those canisters.
Oh yeah, I understand.
So, but there is a process, and the neat part is if you file the recount, the team at elections will help you within the law do anything you want.
Okay, we're happy to see that. I mean,
they're there to help.
We'll see. I thank you. I know you all got to go. I thank you for your response, and I thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
if
go ahead.
I can just.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Will they
You had your opportunity to speak. I'm asking everybody to be polite. We're almost to the end here. There is a process laid out in law as to how a recount works, who funds it, and if the money is reimbursed depending on the outcome. That is the law. That's how it works. We cannot change the law. That's it. Thank you. Member Bradshaw, you had a comment?
I'm sorry.
I'm leaving, don't worry, you don't have to kick me out.
Thank you.
You need to say what the truth is. The truth is.
I thought you were leaving.
Tapes.
Are you leaving?
Oh, well, you know what?
You're disrupting a meeting.
Remember my face. I am Cody Sowers. I'm a precinct delegate from Montcalm County, and you will know my face. And the truth will come out.
Thank you.
You guys are fired. You're fired.
If I was only so lucky. Member Bradshaw.
Mr. Chair.
You'll all answer to God. With the rest of the
Troopers.
The cabal will not protect you.
She's had her opportunity. Now that sounds like a threat.
The cabal will not protect you when they're done with you. Your money will not. So you remember that while you certify this fraudulent election. Yes. You are coming down.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
if I
Member
may,
Bradshaw.
So
You will be next. One more outburst and I will have you removed. I've really tried to be patient with folks.
Okay, I'm going to try again, if that's
Are you
okay.
sure?
Yes, no, I'm good. Mr. Brader, recounts cannot happen until certification, correct?
Yes.
So we have, the elections have to, those results have to be certified before a recount can happen.
Yes.
And again, if it is a county level position, not a state house, not a state senate, or a county position that is handled on the county level, it does not come to the Board of State Canvassers, correct?
Yes.
The only one that would be a state house or a state senate or a congressional district.
Or statewide office.
Or statewide office. Any of the educational boards.
Judicial, sorry.
And, well, that's right, the judicial. Well, the judicial come here. I just want to clarify that. I just wanted to, because I know, Member Kabowski said that, but if it's a county level position, it's not going to come here.
No, Jeanette, you're correct. That's my
It
error.
will not come here. It's only those statewide, those state house, those state senate, those congressional seats that come to this board. So I think I just wanted to have some clarification on that.
Jeanette, I think that I misspoke that, and the message was really more of a message that in the time that we've gotten to know Jonathan Brader and the team at the Michigan Department of Elections, I've never come across in business or anywhere else a group of people with more integrity and more focus on trying to do the right thing and trying to uphold the law and trying to make sure that the process is smooth. And I think that's what I'm trying to say is these people are good people. And to hint otherwise is not right.
And I've been to recounts. I've been to a number of recounts, and I've been to a recount ever since I got on this board. It's not an easy process, because if Mr. Woodward's not here, if it's not followed correctly, if procedure is not followed correctly, then that means seals, Adam, I'm going to put you on a spot. I'm really sorry. When we recounted in 2016, there was a township that couldn't recount because they didn't have the correct seals, was it?
So I have to be honest, I was in the Attorney General's
That's
office
right,
at the
you were there.
time, so I was not doing the recounts physically, so I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, with a statewide recount, I'm sure that happened in at least one precinct
Yeah.
where there was a precinct that wasn't properly sealed, and that does prevent recounting.
Right, and it's very difficult, and I understand in watching in that process, it's very difficult for anyone to be in that process. I went through a judicial recount where a number of the precincts could not be recounted because they could not, the seals were not even, okay, the seals were not even put correctly. And this is where I go back down to the training issue and the process. And here we are on the state level when we need to have these conversations at the local level. And it needs to be at the county level.
So they pass the buck up and you pass the buck.
I'm not, all I'm saying is that, again, our role and our board can only do.
Maybe.
It's okay, thank you.
Isn't your role transparency though? And isn't
that-
this the opportunity?
Is that, are you set, Member Bradshaw? Okay, thank you. There is nothing left on the agenda that I'm aware of, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 2:25.